All right, so here's the completed jacket. Got the panels in the front and then the panel in the back. I think it turned out pretty cute. There are some errors I need to fix and then unpick, but I think that's pretty cute. And I'm excited to do more of this, especially because I've learned so much doing this one and all the things I did wrong and things that I could do better. Let me show you a sneak peek of my next project. It's pretty great. So I'm gonna be putting this on the back of this jacket. It's very feminine. It's got cute little puffy sleeves and kind of a Victorian style front. So I think that these colors are gonna be beautiful for that style, but you'll have to wait till next time.
And a long story, but I'll make it as short as possible. This mother found out she was expecting and started making, these are called sunbonnet Sues, and they come in various varieties. Sometimes you'll see them with a big hat or really, really dolled up, but this is a pretty plain one. And so the mother started making sunbonnet Sues. She figured that she would put maybe 12 together, maybe 9 together for the baby. Mm-hmm. And of course, back then they didn't know early if it was going to be a boy or a girl. So she just kept working. Well, the baby came and certainly was a little girl and she was happy, but didn't have time then to finish it for the baby. And so she said, I'll do it for, you know, a birthday, maybe 8, 9, or 10 years old. So she just kept working. Didn't get it made then, but as time went on, her daughter got engaged and this will be her wedding quilt.
Start with a line here. Remember, we need to start and end in the center. Out from the center, draw a line. We're just tracing one of these sections. And we'll start to edit some of these as we go. You want to focus more on lining it up to the near edge instead of to your picture. The picture just gives you a basic idea of what you're trying to draw. One thing to note is as you select these, if you click and drag, the node will be selected. It doesn't need to be selected for you to drag it, but if you do click and drag, you'll select both ends of these two lines.
But then you're just going to turn the machine on and you're just going to move real slow and make those holes as you're going across. And even though it is a little slow, it's okay. We want it to be, okay? So it makes those holes correctly and a further distance apart, okay? Then after you have your holes poked, I'll take this one here. After you have them poked, I want you to bring it over to where you want to start sewing, and it'll be your whole pantograph. And poking the holes is going to give you that muscle memory, again, with using the sewing machine and going across the design. So it's going to help you understand how it's going to be quilted, so it's not going to surprise you. And so then I want you to lay the design down, pick up the pounce, okay, and then lightly tap it on there, and when you pull it off, voila, you have your design on your quilt. Pounce is awesome.
I brought the Grundled Opry quilt. I rolled it up.
Did you?
Of course, I promised. I keep my promise, thank you. So it's like this long.
And she's lugging it around like this everywhere she goes.
And the thing is, at security in Dallas, they said, what body's in that? I'm from Texas. I'm a Texas Tennessean. These are my bling bling boots. Got to shine where I go. And yes, this is my new birthday outfit. I bought this for myself for my birthday, even the jewelry. Thank you.
We'll do a check, no sound. Sound is
Okay, we're good with sound. We're getting a thumbs up. Welcome again. We'll start all over again.
Welcome to Fall Festival.
2022. Our theme this year is stitching our stories one block at a time.
One block
One block. Because that's true. That's how a quilt is. That's how our lives are. It's one moment at a time. So that's our
memory at a time, an experience at a time.
So we're so excited to have you here. Nathan and I were just mentioning about how we've missed you all since summer festival and spring. We're just so glad that you could come and be part of the Grace Family Festival again this time.
And then thanks for letting me join as well. I know we have an amazing group here at Grace Company that's behind the scenes. We've got an amazing group like Jana, you and the team as well, that are really helping connect with our customers, great from the education. So I have been busy doing other things, so it's fun to be back for a couple of these segments.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited about kicking this off. This is pretty fun.
This is going to be an amazing 4-day event, right? We've got so many great ambassadors who come in with wonderful things. We've got our sales team, like you mentioned, our education team. We're going to be showing some so fantastic products. I mean, there's deals, giveaways. It's going to be so much fun. I can hardly stand it.
You know, we put a lot of time into this. You know, it's something that starts months out with part of the planning. So first, let me thank and welcome all you quilters. As you're coming in, tell us a little bit from where you're joining. We'd love to hear. I know in past shows we've had those potentially internationally. We've had a lot of people nationally as well. So share that with us. We'll bring some of your names up as you're coming on. Also, it's going to give you a chance to get used to chatting.
Yes, because we will want them chatting over lots of times. We're going to ask questions, we'll have games, and we want to know more about you as well, because we'll ask questions about the events. Please keep those comments coming.
Like right now, Kathy Day, hi from Taylorsville, Kentucky, it looks like there. By the way, we have a Taylorsville in Utah, so I can see that it's not Utah, but we have one about 5 minutes down the street, so welcome.
Welcome, Marty from Ohio, welcome. We've got some other people coming in. Please continue to give us those
Donna, hi.
places. We also have live chat going on, so if you have any questions about the deals, how to get anything done on the portal, how do you register, all that kind of stuff, go ahead and put it in the chat, and the people standing by will be able to help you with that.
With that, I know, Jana, maybe one thing, if we can just do this as we get started, is a little bit of the precautionary pieces.
Oh, yes.
In the digital world, we know that content is becoming a lot more available, much quicker, in much different ways and forms. And with that, one of the things, just so you know, with us live streaming as we're doing so, you'll notice that there will be comments, and it'll actually come up as though they are, because it'll be from Grace Company. So we do know that in a lot of the other platforms that we currently are on and streaming goods from, sometimes people just want to cause a little bit of havoc. So just be aware, be smart. Know also, if you're going to be getting emails from us, we have seen in the last year an increase of people trying to connect with an event like this, but they're not from here. It will come from the Grace Company. And so make sure you look at who that's coming from if you're opening those emails. We're excited because we are sharing a lot of information. There's wonderful things you're going to see. Access to these videos, you'll have access during and post this event, and a lot of those we're going to be continuously sending out in emails and links and text messages and others. But please just, again, be wise, be smart, as there's a lot of villainous people out there. So
and
don't join that.
And at any time, if you have a question about whether or not this is a valid giveaway. If it's a valid email from us, you can give us a call at 800-264-0644, or you can go to our website, www.graceframe.com, and you can chat with a live person and find out, is this really coming from us? You can have all that checked out. So you don't have to worry about like wondering on your own and then finding out later. You can give us a call or chat with us right away.
Yeah, so as you're coming on, again, bring up one question we brought if you're just joining us. We're just looking to see where you're visiting from. We see a lot of people, Deborah from Florida, Charlotte from Missouri, we got Helena from Colorado, and Michelle from Iowa. We've got a lot of people. Dorothy, welcome. Thank you for being here from California. I'm hoping the weather's nice down there.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful here.
It's
like
been
great.
Fall weather.
Yes, actual
beautiful
fall,
leaves,
right?
beautiful weather. Fun place to be right now. Great time for us because snow is picking up. And I'll tell you, where I live, there's always the joke. When I moved in, they're like, oh, so the 2 questions. Do you have a snowblower? I was like, oh, okay, yeah. Second question actually was, how big is it? Because we get a lot of drift. So I'm not sure I'm ready for that. So I'm going to stay in fall because I'm excited about it right now. Excited about being here with you. Thank you for your visits. Thanks for your participation. Thanks for your love. Thanks for your passion for quilting. I feel very fortunate when I talk to Jana and even the owner of our company, as we look at all those, this is a pretty awesome place to be. Jana, you brought this up again for those that are just joining us. Our theme is stitching our stories one block at a time. And I love that because that's kind of the way life is. It's a memory at a time, an experience at a time. Your quilts are built a block at a time.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see, we're going to see throughout this event, many different kinds of quilts, but also all the quilts that you put in for our quilt show. That's going to be amazing. We're going to have that shown later on. And also our community quilt. If you haven't had a chance yet, please submit to that. You can go to the portal and put those in.
Are you okay? Because I know a question that just came up, if we can kind of look at this. We wanted to walk through the portal itself and the event platform. We'll do a little bit of an explanation. If you're joining us on Facebook or YouTube, we would encourage you to go to graceframe.com. One of the banners right up the top does have Fall Festival. It is free to register. If you by chance go into there, a lot of people wonder, how much is it going to cost? What do I need to do in order to register? Literally, you can just put in an email. If you're looking to be connected in other ways, like we do have a newsletter that we send out with information. We're connecting you with others and stories, tips and tricks. And then obviously we have some amazing specials that go with Fall Festival. But we do emails as well. And so there's multiple ways to stay connected. The other thing that's great is if you join and you're part of the Grace event platform, actually any event we do, you can be notified and you can go back in and join those without re-registering. Like we have another one that we're going to do here 1st of November. We're going to do a live streaming from Houston, which will be fun. We do a Grace Co shopping show event, where we really talk about different products throughout the month. And then the Tuesdays with Grace, which is another really fun event as well. So go ahead, maybe you can walk through a few things with us.
We're going to go to that site so you can see my computer here. I've set up on the Grace Frame platform so you can see exactly what that's going to look like. So you're going to go first to graceframe.com. So www.graceframe.com to get to the website, and that's going to show you how to get there. So as you can see, there's my Fall Festival, and I'm going to click on the Watch Now. That's going to take me right to the site. And then I'm going to be able to come.
So tell them really quick, I'm seeing bingo at the top.
Yes.
Why did we do this and what does this help do?
Bingo is fantastic. We've got this wonderful game. So as you go along, right? So if I come here to the instructions, it's going to tell me how do I find all my different letters to get through bingo. And that's going to give me a different promotions for lots of different things.
If you're okay, if I can bring this up, one thing that we found is those of you that are new, we wanted to really help introduce you to the different areas in the platform. Like B is go find your dashboard so you can do your menu drop down. And the reason why is you'll see that there's messages that are unique and special for you. And so if you'll just go through and you'll look at, Ann's going to say, go look at the quilt show. We have an amazing set of quilts. In fact, I don't know where we're at yet on quilts. Anybody know?
I don't have that number.
We'll get that number for us to see how many quilts we've had submitted. But there's a wonderful quilt gallery for you to go and watch. Our goal was to do, sorry, one more time. We're seeing that there. 1,200? 1,200 quilts that have been submitted so far to that. That was great.
That's a lot.
So thank you from behind the scenes for helping me out with that. Here's another Q&A section. We had people wanting to know how might I find some of those best things. So again, if you're new, go through the bingo. When you do it, it actually enters you for a chance, I believe, to win as well.
Yes,
if I'm
a
not
chance to
mistaken.
win and a coupons.
You get
yeah.
coupons. Yeah, you're getting some discounts. That's what that is.
Yeah, so there's lots of different coupons, chances for quilt clips or 20% off True Cut products, 50%
Do you mind
off
scrolling down
sharpener.
really quick and let's just show them a couple other things. One other thing that we'll do is once a class has been presented, can you close out that bingo by chance? I'm not sure if we can close that out here. Boop, boop, there we go. So one thing, if you'll notice as we scroll down, you'll have the list of tasks that are happening today. And so with that, you can actually go in and participate amongst a few other things. We have a community quilt going right now up top. If you look at that, you can submit one of your favorite block pieces. And this is fun because if you look at it, this is an ever-changing image actually that gets updated every time you come to this page with those who have actually put a picture or posted that. Let's go ahead and get that question really quick. I can answer. It says, can you still post? I think it said a quilt. That's the question. Does anybody have an answer for me behind the scenes really quick? So yes, you can still submit your quilts. In fact, the quilts now have been open for people to go in and vote for because we actually let you, our audience, help choose and select it. We kind of have a viewer's choice as part of that. And so this is part of, again, the community quilt. Let's go ahead and look at the next one. If you'll click on Quilt Show for us. This is the Quilt Show. So if we scroll down on this one, we can see a little bit more on the different categories. This is where, yes, you can still enter to win on this. I'm not sure if we're not getting the other ones. We'll look at that in a minute. That's okay. Let's go ahead and move ahead, but play around with this, get to know it. There's a lot that you can come back to engage with after or post-show. If you miss this and you're seeing some of this live, hey, we would invite you to come back and join and watch it because you can watch each one of the sections when you have time and download the PDFs if they also have them, the work courses and other things that will be provided.
Yeah, so take a look at that. Again, if you have any questions at any time about anything to do with the platform or the event, put it in the chat. Our people standing by and our sales team, our amazing sales team, they'll be able to answer those questions for you. And again, be a little patient as they type to make sure that they're getting all those things answered for you.
If you are with us live, we would ask for you to come back because we are doing some live giveaways during the event. If you register, so again, those of you that are out there on other streaming channels, if it's Facebook or YouTube and you haven't come to Grace, we're doing a giveaway. In fact, I know that we have a giveaway that we're going to announce right now.
Yes.
As a lucky winner is going to get something as a pre-registration winner.
Yes.
And so know that we're also going to continue to pick from those different people who have registered. So there's two ways kind of to be winning. Register or go ahead and make sure to be live with us.
Yeah, so we're going to give away right now, actually,
Yeah.
our Unique 15 Pro.
This is what we're giving away. This is awesome.
So this is a chance for you to win this fantastic machine as well as your choice of a Q-Zone frame.
So let's do this. I'm loading. Let's bring me back on screen here. I'm just going to tell you this. I'm going to do this. Now, people are like, why? Because we still have a lot of 15 Pros. It's been great. But we weren't able to actually advertise one of the newest items to the Grace Co family, which we announced last Friday. I am upping the ante for this winter.
Dun, dun, dun!
And we actually we launched a new series of 3 16-inch mid/long arm machines.
They're
that
fantastic.
Are phenomenal.
Oh my gosh, I love them
and
so
if
much.
everybody's okay, there you go. I am actually going to say, if it's okay, let's do the Elite 16 machine.
With the choice of frame?
We will give this one away with the choice of one of the 3 frames that we had on the screen. It's a hoop frame or a queen frame. And if you haven't seen this, I'm not going to talk about it now, but we have, with the 35 years of experience, over thousands of hours of engineering, and I like to talk about over tens of thousands of customer touch points and experiences. That has helped us evolve ultimately to help come out with what we would think is going to help you have elevate your quilting experience. And so that's what the 16 is about. So, we're up in that. Let's go give this away.
Okay.
But that's what I want to say. Let's give this winner that combo.
That combo. Okay,
which is even better.
So when your name comes up on the screen, it'll still say 15 Pro because we were
I just switched this out. That was mine right now.
Nathan switched it out. We're going to go with it. 16X Elite fantastic machine. And your choice of frame, the Cutie, the Q-Zone hoop, or the Queen. So when we contact you for that information, and let's throw this up on the screen really quick. If you win any prize, it's a pre-registration. We will contact you. But for the giveaway questions, the Plinko, all those sort of things, you'll need to email melinda@graceframe.com. So everybody just write that down now.
Have it on your notepad.
It's all set because we want everybody to be a winner in this. And so you'll have that opportunity to contact Melinda for that. But if it's a pre-registration gift like now and giveaway, we are not going to do, we'll have Melinda contact you directly. So
good. So let's go ahead and give it away. Winner of this 16 Elite is what it is.
Boom.
Faith Yvonne!
Yeah, Faith Yvonne Cook.
Ooh,
Congratulations.
You are going to have so much fun with this 16X Elite
I think
machine.
that the value of that will be somewhere right around a $7,500 value, by the way, because I upped the ante on that machine. So congratulations,
Congratulations.
Yvonne. I mean, Faith. Congratulations.
Oh, man. Okay, so Melinda will be reaching out to you for your address and information so we can get it sent out. And you're just going to be quilting like a mad woman all the time, right? Okay, so other things we want to talk about today, we want to also talk about all the amazing specials that we're going on. So if you didn't get a chance to win, right, the daily giveaway, you're not having a chance, you didn't get it, but you still need a chance to buy it because these deals are screaming fantastic, right? So we're going to talk about some of our...
Can you bring us both up? Let's talk about this really quick, Janet.
Yeah, I mean, blows my mind.
How this works is usually I'm like, hey, we want to do some things. I'm like, hey, you guys need to push me over the edge a little bit.
It's so true.
Make me feel uncomfortable. And I would say, okay, if I'm uncomfortable, then that has to be a good deal.
That's a great deal.
Because usually I would tell you I thought that I would create good deals, but if I create comfortably great deals for me, that means there's a win. So maybe if you wouldn't mind walking through so they can kind of see. Yeah. Now, again, really we have a mix on this fall festival. Our biggest thing is to connect with you. If you know this started a couple years ago when COVID hit, we wanted to make sure to stay connected with you, the quilter, to provide you with inspiration, to continue to help you build and do a little bit more of what you love. And that's ideally why we did this. With it, what we found out is once a customer engaged with us and they started seeing some of the projects being done, and obviously Grace Company, we make tools and we haven't just done them in kind of on our own space with closed eyes and closed ears. We really went out and we found that you as the quilter, as you've gone through, you have found challenges and struggles and you wanted solutions. And you know, we've taken a lot of time to really understand the biggest challenges and how to solve those. And so that's kind of how we built these products. And then with that, we have products that span a very vast bit. We have amazing cutting tools, the True Cut line, making cutting easier, safe, and accurate. We have the Cutie frame, which you might have heard of, which I like talking about, kind of that way to get involved into quilting with your home system.
Yeah, you don't have to have a big space.
No.
You don't have to have a dedicated spot just to get into it, even though you're wanting to do large projects.
We had frames that are a little bit larger than that, more permanent with legs. So if you don't have a permanent place, get the Cutie. If you have a place to start your quilting and you want to, again, make fabric management easier, we have other hoop frames. We have the larger frames. And so then going from there, we moved into now the new 16 series machines. 19 and 21. So we really go from beginning as an experience with quilting to the top end with professional, including computer automation. So there's a lot that we're doing. And with that, we have some amazing deals that we're hoping that will bring you into your fall season in a way that when you're ready to get to it, you're going to have those tools that will let you find a little bit more peace at mind, help you complete more of those loved quilts that you're hoping to give to your loved ones, in a way that just makes life a lot easier, so you're not dealing with the struggles and frustrations that usually kind of stem with using your own home machine.
Yeah, and the fantastic thing is if you already have a Unique machine and you need a frame, we have sales on frames. But if you are just starting out, when I'm talking about screaming deals, smoking deals, if you're just starting out, you want to get into your Unique machine and you're trying to get into that whole system, this is the time to participate. So let's put up first, we're going to start talking about just the frame. So I want to put the Cutie one up there so we can see what's going on with that. The Cutie is a fantastic price. Best price we have ever had, $589 for the Cutie frame. Now this is normally $1,199.95.
In essence, it's over half off.
Over half off.
50%, more than 50% off the price.
If you don't pick it now, like what were you waiting for to choose this frame?
And I will tell you, this is limited. This price is exclusively Fall Festival. Sometimes we like to try to continue if we can. This one will not be. So if you've had thoughts about it, now would be a good time to pick that up at that $589
Yeah,
price.
Fall Festival, and it's over. So the Cutie frame, we also have the Q-Zone frame. That is on special for $989, again through the 16th. And then we also have our Q-Zone Queen frame. That one's on special for $11.99 through the 16th. And then our Continuum frame is also on a fantastic special for $21.99. But those are fantastic deals. However, the most fantastic is if you're buying a machine at the same time. So
if you were prepared.
If you're prepared,
you're in a spot, you're like, you know what, I've been thinking of a system.
I've been thinking for a while.
You're not sure, you've been doing some research. We are trying to make it really hard for you to continue to want to do more research. We're trying to give you a reason to again, simplify part of your quilting experience at home. So.
And if there's ever been a time where you're like, I really need some tool to help me get going for all those presents that I'm trying to do for Christmas, now's the perfect time to purchase that. So first we're going to talk about the 16X series. So we've got the 16XM. It's the manual series.
I'm just excited about this 16. I can't help being super excited.
So it's the choice of any of the Q-Zone frames. That's a Cutie, the Hoop, or the Q-Zone Queen for $34.99, including the frame.
That's a system. I love it. That gives you a full quilting system. So yeah.
Then we've got, now that manual does not have stitch regulation, so that's just if you're using it like your domestic. So
however, upgradable.
Upgradable. So now we have the 16X. That is a 2.25 or 2.4 inch screen. It's touch screen, so you have that, and also it is regulated, and it also comes with that free frame for $44.99. So under $4,500, free frame, full system. Then what we gave away just now for Faith is the 16X Elite.
Way to go, Faith. Woo!
I know, right?
Yeah.
And it is under $5,000 for a whole frame and machine complete system. It's got that fantastic new customer tutorial section. It's got the edge warning, all those fun things. So
let me just quickly, if you're okay, just touch on this series of machines. One thing that we did when we brought this 16 is we were really looking at changing and altering the experience that you can have as a quilter. We took what we had known and we've done for over 8 years with our 15. We took and we've actually been able to combine the technology from our Elite system, so our 21, our professional line, and our 19, which means adjustable handles, not only up or down, in or out, and you can extend them for micro quilting. So the handle system alone, in essence, is a professional system.
Yeah.
We simplified the buttons. We included a 7-inch touchscreen, much larger, with some of our patented features that solve some of your biggest challenges, bobbin estimators. There's this new edge warning. I'm not going to talk about it, but in essence, if you've ever backed your car up and you've almost hit something and it stopped you, hey, we have some great technology in the machine as well that will continue to keep you in your quilting space. So again, I would recommend going to one of our dealers. All of our dealers are running these promotions right now as well. So go find this from a dealer. If you want more information that you're not finding there, give us a call and we can help connect you with that dealer. And then we also have a lot of great information on the website that help you. So I love this. Here's Jen Jaeger. She's saying simplified buttons. Yeah, one thing we had is 3, and people were like, what am I using each one of those?
Yeah, what do I use it for?
Let's just have a go button, a needle button, and then really you can use the screen and or the left to adjust menus. And so very, very simple. Powerful, but simple.
Yeah, so although that feature on the 16X Elite is also on the other machine that's available right now, it's the 19X Elite, as well as a free frame. Again, under $7,700, you're getting that complete system.
This machine is bigger again. If you think the standard was 18, this is 19.
19 inches.
Okay. And it's the Elite version. So this is the one that has that bigger 7-inch touchscreen and the same patented features, the adjustable handles and everything else. And so this machine runs at, I think, 2,600 stitches a minute. So it's our professional Elite system. It's one of our lightest machines, actually, and we feel that it looks less intimidating. So
it's fantastic, fun to use. I mean, every time we get to test these out before they go live to the public, I have so much fun, and I just keep thinking, they're just gonna love this machine so much. And then I try the next one, I'm like, they're gonna love this machine so much every time. So don't wait, take advantage of all these fantastic deals. So really quick, we also have the 21X Elite on sale as well. Now this one comes with the Continuum frame, not the Q-Zone, because the 21-inch only fits on the Continuum frame. So that's going to be $84.99. Again, $1,000 off. It's fantastic. You're saving over $4,000 for the whole system.
Professional long arm quilting system with a frame up to 12 feet. I forgot that price.
Yeah.
That's $84.99. Sorry, that's a good price.
That was the price,
the
right?
machine on its own is normally $849. The frame is another $2,700. That's a $12,500 frame.
It's
$8,500.
fantastic.
So we're saying that's what,
over $4,000.
$4,000 off.
Yeah.
Yeah, over $4,000 off. That's what it said. Yeah.
Ooh, so with
should we be doing that? That's my question. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm feeling uncomfortable about that. I'll be a little
We're making bling.
That's a good deal. So if
all
you've been thinking about a professional
Yeah.
system, that is the one to go with.
Exactly.
21-inch machine, which is bigger than, again, the standard that's out there in the industry. All of our features, those patented things, our edge warnings in there, the bigger screens in there, the bobbin estimators in there.
Everything's, it's going to be fantastic.
Wonderful.
So we've got all those specials going on right now. So for those machines. Now, if you wanted the 16 or 19 and you're doing the free frame and you think, well, you know, I've got a big enough space for the Continuum and I want to stick that on there. It's a great price right now. You can add on the Continuum for $789.
So upgrading it from one of
the other
general
Q
frames
Zone
to kind of the
frames
professional frame.
to the professional frame. Yeah,
Good.
so that's an option. Again, that's a fantastic discount. Normally $29.99 for that Continuum, and we're doing it for $789. So you can get into a whole new system, everything ready to go. I mean, seriously, let's make Nathan uncomfortable with all these purchases, right?
I'm excited. So I was going to say is if you're in a place, and I think there's this thought in the current industry right now, just in the general, with the economy and everything, you know, now might not be the time, and that's okay as well. But what we were trying to do is if there is a desire that you do have a stack of quilts and you're trying to complete some more, and you are in a space where you think that adding, again, one of these tools that just will literally make it a lot easier to manage fabric. Obviously, the machines do stitch regulations and other things. Just trying to find a place that we can find a way to help you do that. Again, the Cutie is a great way to begin for a lot of you to use your domestic. If you're in a place where you can go with the 16s, the 19s, or the 21s, obviously they're at a really wonderful deal, and they're I'm pretty sure you'll see comments that are going to come up left and right about people who own these. They will have had phenomenal experiences. Here you go, love my Unique 21. Our goal would be to help you find that same kind of an experience as well. And we would love to do so in a way that just doesn't cost as much as everybody else out there, in a way that provides you with a little bit more value, connects you with an amazing family, amazing customer support. The products on their own have been built to kind of last your lifetime. And so we would be excited to connect with you and help you through your wintertime. Have a little more fun.
Have a lot more fun, yeah. So other specials we've got going on, we just want to cover those really quick. We have the automation system. That is another one to make Nathan uncomfortable. It is 30% off. Now that is all sections, the beginning, the pro, the upgrade, as well as the gold card. So take advantage. Now, if you have questions on whether or not your machine, your domestic machine or your frame is compatible, that is all on our website at graceframe.com. You can go into the automation section and check it out.
So I was just doing some quick math. So what we're saying literally is I could also get the professional long arm, the 21, on a frame up to 12 foot. If I added automation, I can do it for literally right under $12,000. So fully automated system starting right around 12. Sorry, let's see that one more time if you're okay.
So also we have True Cut is all 20% off for our specials this month and throughout the Fall Festival. But we also have 2 special items on special for True Cut. We've got the electric sharpener as well as the quilters combo. Those are on a special blowout at $48. So both of them are below what they've normally done. We're doing 40% off on the True Sharp 2 and 25% off on the quilters combo. I mean, these are the perfect items to get started in the True Cut system so that you're not going to lose out on either of those.
Wonderful. Jenna, with that, I know we have a couple other giveaways, and then we are ready to get into the rest. We talked about safety, security, free registration. We're doing more employing winners from the registrations. We're going to do some live giveaways. Obviously, we have some amazing specials, but we have 2 more giveaways we'd like to do right now for those who have pre-registered. And right now, it looks like we're going to be giving away, is this it? The Ultimate Cutting Collection. Ooh, I love
Ultimate
this.
Cutting Collection. This is for the person who referred a friend. So everybody that referred a friend to the registration for the show, for the full festival, well, your name was put in a drawing, and so now we've got that random person that we've selected. So
all right, and the winner of this is a great value, full quilting system, rulers, cutters.
Ashley, congratulations.
Ashley Harriet, is that what I'm saying?
Harriet, that's what I'm going to say,
Ashley.
yeah.
We will be reaching out to you in order to help you receive this prize.
So that's the Ultimate Cutting Collection's everything you need to get started on True Cut, and almost everything we have in True Cut, pretty much, because it's Ultimate Collection, right?
All right, so I know we have one more giveaway.
Yes, our final giveaway is going to be our $500 gift card. So this is anything True Cut, anything Grace, you're all set. You can use it.
Literally, you can pay $90 more and get a Cutie frame with that if you want to.
Exactly. And you can use this online or over the phone. Either one is going to be set. So let's show who's got this.
And the winner of the $500 gift card is
Michelle Cooper.
Congratulations, Michelle.
Congratulations. Again, for everybody that's won the prize, Melinda will reach out to you for those pre-registration gifts. And then if you win a prize that's an online thing, then we'll have you send your information into Melinda for that. So for the rest of the today, we want to talk about some of the
agenda,
things.
what's going on.
Yeah,
what
so
to
we've
look
got a
forward to.
new section coming up. We're going to talk about that a little bit.
What is that?
HBQ.
What is HB? What's home-based quilters?
Yeah.
Who are you?
What is that?
What is that?
We're going to learn all of that from
How
Nathan
can we
and
connect
Carla.
you together with
Exactly.
others just like you?
Yeah, it's going to be a super fantastic segment. We've got some wonderful stories on the 16X series. We had some people come in and try that out, so you're going to hear about what they thought as they were testing it all out. We're also going to be doing some Stipple Made Simple by Jackson. He's one of our ambassadors. And then Moon Over the Mountain book cover. This is one I did with Amanda in our education team. It was fantastic. She was showing me all about how to make a book cover that was quilted. I had so much fun. So stay tuned for all of these things. Again, if you don't get a chance to watch them today, you could only come for a section. You can always rewatch any of our segments on our portal. It's going to have that section again where you can go and watch live.
And just stay with us because we have several things. That takes us through midday, and then even after that, we have following for your quilt pattern. So another educational video. We're going to talk about Navajo project that we're really looking at helping support as part of this with potentially some donations. We want to talk a little bit about that. And we're going to talk about Trent's HBQ story. So what is that? One of our, I want to say he's one of our new ambassadors that's doing part of the Home-Based Quilter initiative with us, and we're going to hear a little bit about him and his story. A lot more giveaways, a lot more picks, and a lot more to come.
So thank you so much for joining us again. Please stay tuned, and then we're going to go to our next section.
Yep, we'll move just briefly here into our home-based quilter section.
Well, hello there, Jana and Jarek. Do you love using your TrueCut cutting products? Great. Well, pack it all up, because we're going on a trip. Looks like a lot of hassle, Jana.
How am I supposed to carry all of this?
Don't forget all your cutting mats. What is this? Where are all your cutting supplies, Jarek? And where did you get such a fashionable bag? Jarek? Oh shoot, where did all your pins go? Aw, how inconvenient. Now you get to play Find All the Needles Before Mark Steps on Them. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, Jarek, did you drop your pins too? Now you get to play Find All the... Wait a minute, there's that bag again. What kind of shenanigans are you up to? Aw, what's the matter, Jana? Do you wish the Grace Company would, I don't know, make a portable cutting kit in the form of a stylish carrying bag that not only has everything you need, but can also travel with you wherever you want? Oh wait, we totally did that. Introducing the TrueCut Travel Kit, the stylish on-the-go cutting companion. The mini home cutting station you can use in your car, at your friend's house, at the park, in a public library probably, while you're waiting in line at the grocery store. Sure, pretty much anywhere you want to take it. Complete with true grips, ruler, pencils, seam ripper, magnetic wristband. Holy cow, that's a lot. Whoa, there's more? Does all that really fit in there? Go from this to this. Built to last and looking good doing it. Travel with the confidence of a true cutter with the new TrueCut Travel Kit.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks
Hi.
for giving us a little bit of a break there. Welcome, Carla.
Hi, everybody.
I know you're excited to be here with me today.
I am. This is a lot of fun, and you know I love the festivals. So anything quilting, Carla's in.
All in, too,
Yeah.
like big time.
I am.
We were talking this morning about your passion that you have. And really, you know, we kind of look at a couple different groups, but we kind of put them all together. And, you know, sometimes individuals might have come and they might have purchased a product.
Right.
And they've connected with us, you know, on a newsletter. They've connected it with us on our social media, etc. And Carla, you're always thinking about what can we really do to help people along their journey.
Right.
And you kind of talk a little bit about that. You know, why is it so important for us to connect with individuals in their quilting experience around their journey?
Now we can become really isolated in what we're doing and what we're creating. We are such giving people. We quilt to give. We quilt to create. And there's so many aspects of it, and just a big, vast group of individuals who are looking for that extra connection. And how can we help them connect?
Let me ask this question. I'm looking for some comments based on that. I'm just thinking through this right now. And I'm just curious, if so, a kind of a two question. Have you ever given a quilt to somebody? Give me a one if you did. If you've given to more than one, just as a curiosity, how many quilts might have you given? I'm curious, because I know there's a lot of different people in a lot of different places.
Yeah, this isn't your UFOs.
This is something you might have finished. I'd be curious to see that as we kind of stream through some of this. Just because I do believe, you know, we're in this we're around this amazing community. We're around you who have this love and this passion. Some of you love the process of selecting your fabrics. A lot love the piecing and what comes along with that. Outside of it, usually we come out with these pretty important purposes, right? The loves of who we have around us.
Right. And you know what? We started out as a quilting frame company. That was kind of our niche to the market.
Whoa, and by the way, I'm just going to pause. I'm looking at 50, 10, 1, 12, 4, 77.
Awesome.
Again, just coming back, really just trying to confirm that this is a beautiful place to be, a beautiful group, a wonderful community.
Yeah, and it was our niche in the market to build quilting frames to help you connect with quilting, you know, at home. So it's something that you didn't have to send the quilts out with. And now we've just kind of expanded because we've listened to quilters, and we're kind of out there fulfilling their needs to have them reconnect to what they love to do. And that's what we like to do.
I love that. And Carla, with it, let's kind of move into part of what this is. What is the home-based quilter?
Love my shirt.
Yeah, from day one, Carla, if we think about what we've looked at doing, and we haven't shared this with a lot of people, which we need to. We have a kind of the mission of our business, and what is it really, where are our hearts? And there are a few things. One, we know that there's this creativity that you have, right?
Right.
So help people connect with their creativities, but some of the bigger ones have to do with enriching their lives, and enriching the lives of others. And we actually, when we were trying to understand really what we felt our mission was about, we felt very, very strongly that it's not only that you do this to enrich your lives, but most often it enriches the lives of others around you.
Right.
And I think that can come in many ways, not even just in a quilt, but if you're in a happier place,
Yes.
don't you share that? Don't you share a smile with somebody who might need that smile?
Yes,
you know?
and if you're in that happy place, that extends to others who
Yeah.
you are giving to, your house around you, everybody that you connect with, they feel that.
With that, what we're incredibly excited to share with you, what we're so excited to introduce, and that's part of what this is. So it's kind of our newest initiative that we have. I've had this in the background for quite some time. Carla, you've had this like, hey, how are we connecting this community of
Yes.
people that love, that have these passions, that are enriching their lives, that are trying to enrich their lives of others? We have done that through several ways, but we really felt that we wanted to be able to knit, not knit to sew, in essence, stitching our stories one block at a time together. And that's why we're doing this. It's called the Home-Based Quilter Community. And I'm going to show you in a minute, not yet, a little bit about how we're going to try to reach out to you and how you can reach out to others like you so that we can all come together. And we can share our stories, right? We can share our journeys, our passions, etc. You have any thoughts on that, Carla? And what you think this will help everybody do?
My brother Jim came home from China. And it was such an isolating time for him to be in China. And he came home and he said, Carla, I don't have any friends. And that's what I want Grace Company to be, that community where quilters can come, or even crafters can come and connect with each other and share their love of doing what they do. And it's so important for him to be able to express those thoughts and ideas, and that's what he wants us to be, our whole community to be, is connect and share our experiences.
It's wonderful to see that even though he hasn't had a chance to be here with us, he came back with, that's actually his overwhelming thing is how can we help people find a place to be where there are others like them.
They can develop the friendships and share that with others and their family, and it just will trickle down to everybody that we connect with. So
with that, one thing that we think about, like every single product we decide that we're going to design, every kind of class that we're looking at, so every class that we feel like, hey, we feel that this would be inspirational, you know, we really go back and we say, who are we really trying to do this for? And we've been asking that question for so long. Who is this person? Who are these quilters? In which part of their life are they? What are they trying to accomplish? What is the journey they're trying to be on? What are their frustrations? What are their hopes? And with that, you know, in other words, like, who is the quilter? And what I'm really excited to do is we're going to share with you a video that we kind of put together, and at the end we're gonna kind of go through a couple different things that hopefully we're really excited for you to connect with. And so let's go ahead and play this video with who is a quilter, and we have this video clip for you.
I think of a quilter, I think of someone who is so creative and so fun and who loves to work with their hands. I love people who love doing crafts, and that's immediately what I think of.
When I think of what a quilter is, I think of somebody who wants to give somebody comfort through their art and through expressing how much they mean to each other with something as simple as a quilt, like a blanket. Like, it gives somebody love.
When I think of a quilter, I think of a master artist, someone who creates beautiful works of art and loves sharing that with the world.
A quilter is somebody who has great gifts and talents. They have a love and compassion. They are warm people who like to give back. And they bring peace and comfort and happiness by their gifts of giving. That's who a quilter is.
Who is a quilter? I've met a lot of quilters over the years, mainly at shows, and it's always a fun environment because a quilter, I think, is somebody who has a lot of talent. Sometimes it's bottled up talent, they just can't wait to get that out. It's a lot of creative energy, and then a lot of compassion for people.
A quilter to me is an artist.
Quilter to me is my grandma and my aunts, and seeing those big wooden frames set up in their houses and the quilts they make for us for, you know, holidays and graduations and stuff like that.
I would say for who a quilter is, it's creative, like an artist who creates a piece of art that can be used and appreciated for a really long time.
I think a quilter is somebody who enjoys the process from start to finish, but especially somebody who likes to gift their quilts to somebody so that the joy of a quilt can be enjoyed for years to come.
Well, I think like quilters are kind of nifty because they use like basically fabric from like, you know, what they have. So they're like resourceful. Just love how they can like recycle things and then make something new and beautiful from like old garments or like, you know, things they don't use anymore and turn it into something beautiful. And I think those are what like quilters embody, like with the patchworks and stuff like that. Like they really embody that energy.
Quilters to me are everything that's good in the world. They are the ones that are creating. They're wanting to do things for other people. They're taking something from nothing. They're creating beauty and sharing that with all those around them. Quilters to me is my grandma, who is kind of my everything for who I want to be.
I think that quilters are storytellers. I think they're people who, you know, it's a intensive hobby. It's an intensive path in life. And I don't think you'd be as committed to it unless you really had something that you were trying to share with the world.
Who is a quilter to me? I love that question on who is a quilter. And I think today, I've been with the company right around 17 years, that continues to expand. And I think it used to be the traditional person, someone who's been piecing fabric together. I think, you know, that's changed and moved modern, and then it continues to shift. And I was actually at a show most recently, and I saw an entire wall filled with art. And it's not just art quilts, but it's thread paintings, and it's a combination of fabrics and other materials. And I think what is a quilter today has become a lot more diverse in this world. And I'm really excited to know and to see and continue to engage with those kind of quilters, because I think we're still yet to see what's available for quilters to do. I think that was pretty fun to see that.
That was.
We went around, you know, we were really trying to connect with as many of the individuals that are really behind the scenes and here taking care of everything, ultimately really to help, you know, bring you some of the products, these experiences and everything we're doing now.
Yeah, and that was their version of a quilter, who a quilter is in their eyes. But quilters are diverse.
Yeah, all walks of life,
yeah.
Right? Different, like again, you know, stitching our stories one block at a time. Sometimes that's through the scraps, and sometimes that's through the details, and sometimes that's through, you know, a variation. And so really we're trying to ask ourselves, how do you define that? Can you pare it down to a summary?
Right.
And the answer is really, you don't, right? If you think about you in your place right now, think about that, look around you. Maybe you're at work, okay, but if you go to your happy place, your sewing room, think about that. I'm guessing that everybody will have a different place and a little bit of a different experience.
Oh, they certainly will. They just are so unique, and they bring a different perspective. Each one of you brings your ideas and your thoughts, and that's what makes quilting so great, is it's just a bunch of different perspectives that come together in one place that we can share.
You're absolutely right, Carla. You know, here at Grace Company, we really try to look and honor that diversity, to seek out and recognize and include everybody. And that includes all of those stories that are around us, not just in our own places, they're around the world as a whole. Everyone, if you think about this, you all have your own journey. You're going to have your struggles and your wins with part of what that journey. However, one thing we like to talk about is if we're quilting, really, we feel like it all ends in the same place. And where is that?
It starts in the same place. So.
Yep, it starts and ends, and we think that's in your home. And if it's in your home, and that's where it starts and where it ends, we think that that's what we're using as part of the home-based quilter.
Yes.
And I think we've been trying to define this for so long for us.
Yes,
Who
we
are
have
we
been
trying
working
to
on
talk
it
to?
a long time.
And really coming back to it, it really is you in your place with what you're loving to do in a way you want to do that. And so that is who the home-based quilter is. And so as we go through more today and as we go throughout this event, we're going to be talking about that again. Remember the theme, stitching our stories one block at a time. And we're going to talk about stories, because I'm going to show you in a minute here a little bit later how we've created a platform and a place for you to come and share and express some of those thoughts as well. But I really love that. So again, whether you're a brand new quilter, think about that, right?
Yeah,
you're
or
at home.
creating quilts at your kitchen table, or you're a seasoned quilter and have an entire craft room dedicated to quilting.
Some of you have amazing craft rooms.
You are a home-based quilter.
Yeah,
yes.
but all those, you're a home-based quilter. And so that's you.
Yeah.
With that, if you might be pursuing a passion, you might be struggling as well, guess what? you're still a home-based quilter.
And quilting is your happy place. So if you're struggling, there is a place for you in quilting to find peace and solace.
So one thing we did is we kind of put it all around. We were trying to say, can we put this in a couple of sentences that we feel, and I would encourage you to think about as we share this, what does that mean for you? And is there something in there you can grab a hold of? And so let's go ahead and play the video that we have. And we're gonna call this the home-based quilter mantra, or the HBQ mantra. So here we go, and here is the mantra.
Compassionate, enthusiastic, generous, and memorable.
I am always learning new ways to master my craft.
I believe in UFOs.
I am a peacemaker.
I buy way too much fabric and never seem to have enough.
I don't claim to do it all, but all I do is with purpose.
I face the first cut with shaky confidence.
I am a stitcher and a seam ripper.
I measure twice and cut once. And there are still more scraps than laundry.
I am part of a storytelling community where no words are needed.
I look for the masterpiece in every quilter, and I am my own kind of creative.
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 There we go. I thought that was really great. We had some of our ambassadors help out with some of this as well.
And again, they're home-based quilters.
They are home-based quilters. I want you to think about that again. Did something stand out that you can have in your mind that would resonate with you as a home-based quilter? So let's do it. So Carla, get up and model off our shirt for us.
Yeah, so this is the front, home-based quilter, and it's just such a fun, cute shirt, but wait till you see the back, okay? So I'm gonna let you read the back.
So I'm gonna read this. So there you go. So let's zoom out. I'm gonna read through this because I'm reading off her back. It says, let's go back there. We're gonna just do the shirt here really quick. So I am compassionate. I love that. Enthusiastic, generous, and memorable. I'm always learning new ways to master my craft. I believe in UFOs. Don't we all, right?
Yeah, and I can do this.
I am a peacemaker. Love that. I buy way too much fabric and never seem to have enough. I don't claim to do it all, but all I do it is with purpose. I face the first cut with a shaky confidence, and I am a stitcher and a seam ripper. I measure twice, cut once, and still there's more scraps than laundry, right? Isn't that always true? I am part of I am part of a storytelling community where no words are needed. I look for the masterpiece in every quilter. I am known. I am my own kind of creative. And so with that, we would like to share with you, and again, we're very honored to have you as we launch part of this new community, this new place to be, to have you. And we'd like to have and reach out to you to come and to see a little bit more of what this is. And so I'm going to show you our website. This is live now. It actually went live this morning. And I'm going to walk you through where you can see this on the website. And we would love to reach out and say, hey, we would love to hear your stories.
Yes.
And we have a place where you can see other stories and share your stories. And this has been a long time coming. We've tried to think about how we can do this. And some of this came to us a few years ago when we started doing the quilt shows, and we loved that there was such a variety.
Yes.
Carla, there were people who were submitting things that they would tell us they weren't comfortable submitting because either they weren't all the way finished, or they didn't consider themselves professional, or they weren't worthy for a show, but yet they felt they could show those to their friends and to the community. And with that, we're continuing to build. So we're gonna go ahead and bring up the website. I'm just going to go through a couple different slides so that you can kind of see this. This is the Grace Company's main page. So if you log on to graceframe.com, the first thing you're going to see right below that is this new home-based quilter. And in here, there's a button where you can learn more. And when you click on Learn More, it will bring you in here, and it's going to just introduce you to part of what we've just shared. Who is this home-based quilter? What is part of that journey? And as you scroll down the screen, you're going to see there's a chance for you to share a little bit more about who you are. Then we have a chance for you to connect with those that are sharing their stories. So you can read several of the stories that are there. And this is where we want to hear your story. There's a chance for you to upload and share your current journey, your experiences, and what your story might be as being a home-based quilter. We also have one where we really felt that one of the most best places where we started really is with our business. So Carla and I, let's quickly just talk about this, because I think, Carla, this is kind of tender for you. So we're done with the website there. Let's kind of come back to Carla and myself as we look at a few things here. But Carla, like this is the foundation of the company, was really founded on some thoughts that your mom had and your brother. So this really is still a family company. Jim, again, we just talked about, just came back here recently. But let's talk a little bit, maybe if you wouldn't mind introducing part of what we're going to show them here with Grace's story.
Yeah, well, our stories are so different, but kind of the same. My mom's mom was a quilter, and your mom's mom may have been a quilter too, and that's how you were introduced to quilting. But she was the inspiration, because her mom quilted, behind the company and how we got started in making quilting frames. And the times are changing, and it's easy to feel disconnected and isolated. And so part of sharing your story and becoming part of this community is for you to be able to enjoy the journey and share it with others, and share your journey with all of us here at the Grace Company. And that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to share the story of my mom, my sweet mom, Grace. And like I said, she was the inspiration behind the Grace Company, and she is truly the original home-based quilter.
There you go. Let's share Grace's story.
I wanted to show you a picture of my mom and dad in their younger years. This is my dad, World War II. That's when they met. My mom was working in a factory, and I want to tell you a little story about my sweet mom. She was set up on a blind date with my dad, and she didn't want to go. It was a blind date, and she did not want to go. So she put curlers in her hair and left him in all night on that blind date. But my dad must have he saw the beauty in my mom, and they got married, and my dad went off to war, just like most war brides do, and my mom stayed in Missouri for a while, and then my dad came home after the war, and they moved to Wyoming. So my mom was a Missourian, and my dad's a Wyomingian, and they lived in the mountains, and they lived in the Tetons, and he worked with the timber and stuff, cutting down timber, and they lived in a little cabin, and my mom cooked for all the men out there that, cut the timber. And so she was the cook, and she's absolutely fabulous cook. From there, they moved to Utah, and they had lots of little kids. Started with my older brother, Joe, and then Jim was the fifth kid, and he was going to college, and he wanted something to do. He loved working with his hands. So my brother, Jim, would always tinker around and take things apart, like radios and things like that. And sometimes he'd get them together, and other times no. So if something was broken, you knew who had pulled it apart. It was Jim. He really has a brilliant mind. He really likes to come up with inventive new things. And he came to my mom, and he said, "Mom, I really want to start my own business, and I want to make something that people could use." And my mom had remembered a quilting frame that her father had made my grandma Sarah. And it was a quilting frame that ratchet. And so you'd roll up your fabric. And my mom had remembered it working with two poles. So you'd roll your fabric up on the two poles. And anyway, my brother, he was really good with his hands. So he went to the wood shop, and he came out with his very first frame. And it had two poles, and it wasn't a great frame. It was a quilting frame, and it had some quirks, and so he had to go back to the drawing board. My mom, remembering that only had two poles, my brother went back, and he's such a thinker. He came up with a way to put a third pole in it, but this third pole, he had the two poles, one here and one here, but the third pole went in the middle, and it was raised up just a little bit. And that eliminated the problem of the fabric separating, so you couldn't quilt as you're rolling the quilt. And that was the very first frame that sold. It was our A34 quilting frame. It was made of wood. It had square poles and wooden ratchets, and it sold very, very well because it didn't take up all the space like the old-fashioned quilting frames. This Sunbonnet Sue is so representative of my sweet mom, Grace. This was her favorite quilt pattern. And I love how they took the little scraps of quilts and matched them to the solids. And you notice that this doesn't have any purple, but she took the purple and she made the sashing and everything to match. And just so fun and such personality and beautiful quilting as well. And I'm lucky because I'm one of 9 kids. And so to be able to get something that precious and that valuable really means a lot to me. One time when we were headed to Missouri, my mom and my brother were headed out that direction, and one of my cousins said that they had one of my grandpa's old quilting frames in one of their barns. And so they went out to take a look at the quilting frame, and lo and behold, it didn't have 2 poles like my mom had remembered with the ratchets. It had 3 poles like my brother had went back and redesigned. So it's such a cool story about the inspiration and the people that have passed on helping us move forward. And I just know that they're with us today, helping us move forward in our lives, and so appreciate their love and their passions and where it's getting us today.
How fun to see that, Carla.
That was a lot of fun, and I love the memories of my mom. It just takes you back. If you think about it, you know, our stories are so different and so unique, and it's like stitching our stories one block at a time. Each time in your life is going to be a little different. So you're going to keep adding to that story through your life, and you may start out at very, very simple, but you'll get a little more complex, and don't we all as we get older?
Absolutely. And Carla, one of the things that we're really excited, again, that goes along with this theme is we're really excited to reach out and have you share your stories with us. With that, we had a couple questions come up.
Right.
By the way, this is for any kind of quilter, anyone around the world. It is not meant for just Grace branded or if you've had a Grace product. It is for all quilters in all walks of life on all journeys. And we're reaching out again to kind of really find a way to bring this community together. We know that there's guilds, we know there's other things. One of the biggest things that we have found, though, is you tend to it kind of becomes a little bit specific to that type of a thing or a preference. And so really, we're really looking again, stitching our stories together and finding a way to try to bring this whole home-based individual, you, together in a community in a way that we can help share those stories.
And it's not just a certain type of quilter. We want modern quilters. We want everybody to feel welcome and come and be a part of this. And so don't feel like, oh, I don't have anything to offer, anything to give. Even if you're just starting out, or even if you're just wanting to be a part of it and you haven't even picked up a rotary cutter or anything, come be a part of this and express your journey.
We welcome you. With that, let's quickly go back so you can see the site on where you can go again, read and look at those stories and start to connect. It's fairly simple. If you go to graceframe.com on the main page and click into Home Based Quilter, about halfway down, you can actually see where you can read and see the stories. And then on the bottom, right here, just above, you can see at the right above the bottom, here's where we can have and you can share your story and submit your story. Just know that this is a new initiative as we're continuing to do this, as we're building out as part of experience. If we can just go ahead and step back here for a minute with Carla and myself, as we're looking to do this, we're really just looking to connect with you. So we would encourage you as the evening goes on after we finish all of the Fall Festival for today, take a look at that, start reading some of the stories. We started really with some of those that we are closest to, our ambassadors and others that have been a little bit closer, and we're now reaching out to everyone around the world who is, again, a home-based quilter. And I love that mantra. Take a chance, reread that. Does something like that resonate with you? Hey, we want to hear your story.
Yeah, come be a part of it, and we will enjoy having you be a part of us.
Now with that, we are going to be moving in, and we are quickly just going to tell you again that we have those amazing 16s. We're really excited about part of what that is, but we're going to share with you a couple videos that we did when we had people experience this. And so we went and kind of recorded it. We brought people who had never quilted, by the way, so non-quilters into this to see what they were thinking. We brought a couple quilters that had a little bit more experience, some that had been a little bit more seasoned. And so we're really excited to bring to you part of part of what this is here. Oh, HBQ. Some people are wondering to sign up and submit your stories. It is free.
Yes.
Like this, there's no cost. Again, it's available for everybody to come. No cost for you to
Just
share
come
your
be a
stories.
part
No
of the
cost to
platform.
join.
That's all we ask, is
come and
that
join.
you join the platform.
Come just be a part of this community. With that again, so we're going to get into some additional fun stories that we watched as we saw as people experienced our new what we call our Q16X series of machines. Again, 3 amazing machines that we think are going to again show you a new and a different way to experience quilting. A way
Technology
to
on them is
elevate it,
fantastic.
right?
Yes.
Elevate your quilting experience in your home and in your home where you're based.
Your home base.
As a quilter.
As your home base, and
all right.
Come join.
Thank you.
It's a versatile machine that can fit any of our frames, you know, from a small non-dedicated work area to a 12-foot dedicated studio.
I was designing the electronics, trying to make them as robust and reliable as possible for years to come.
The 16 is professional equipment at an affordable cost.
The reason that we came up with the 16 is just a gateway for you to enhance your quilting experience. It has the adjustable handles. It has that extra inch of throat space. So it just gives you that experience that you've wanted for so long without hitting the back of your throat of your machine.
We did a lot of studies and tests on what we could do to make the machine feel more comfortable and easy to use.
I worked to spec out high-end textures, finishes, and colors on this machine to highlight different elements and bring some aesthetic design into your studios. We have a really high gloss throat area that reflects the light from our integrated throat lights. We brought, some softened textures on the white plastics to cut off those top lights, studio lights that you may have so you don't have harsh reflectivity. We also added bobbin lights to ease in changing bobbins in a dark studio. Sometimes it's hard, you don't know where your hands are, and so we brought those into the design, and that's all the illumination is really going to elevate this product.
And being able to quilt a larger area. It's not that long arm fill, it's that mid arm fill. So it's like, you start out with the compact car, then you're ready for that next step. So this is the mid arm car that's going to create that elevated quilting experience for you to enjoy.
So my team, we unload the containers, we get the products here, and we safely store them. Before we ship them to you though, we have quality control put in place where we open up each box. We go through all the products, whether it's a frame or machine, and we make sure all of that is up to par. So when we ship it out to you, it's a great experience.
We check every single machine that goes through our doors through a multi-step process where we use the machine as any customer would, making sure that they get the highest quality experience.
Each quilting machine forgoes vigorous drop testing. Typically, shipping companies drop test at 6 feet. Grace Company drop tests at 3 feet, 5 feet, and 7 feet.
I really love engaging with our customers to make quilting easier and more enjoyable than ever before.
I love that it has the big computer screen. It has everything right there at your fingertips, just at a touch, and would be very simple to help answer any questions or problem. And it will help guide you with how to thread it and for lighting, and I love the extra lights underneath it. Everything just felt really good, just right there at your fingertips and easy to maneuver, and so it looked like everything that you need to me.
My quilting experience has been nothing. My grandparents really like to quilt, and so it was really cool to go in and try doing this. I was super nervous coming into this, but it was so cool. It was really easy. There was so many different features that you could use that would be helpful for a new beginner like me. My favorite feature of the machine was probably the cruise mode. That felt like I had way more control when I was quilting, so that one was my favorite. It was very smooth and easygoing, and I liked the way that it threaded. It was very precise and it didn't look really crazy, even though it was my first time doing it. I no longer feel intimidated. I think it's something that I would really be interested in learning and trying to do more of.
My first impression with this machine is that it's very smooth, it's very user intuitive. I love the screen on it, it's very bright. I can see really all that I want to see on something that's friendly, user-friendly. The biggest surprise that I found with this machine was the ability to change the stitches per inch while I'm actually playing with the machine. So the regulation was just very responsive in me changing it while I'm quilting. There weren't any missteps in the thread where it would, you know, eyelash or just bubble out and, you know, maybe cause the thread to break. So I found it very nice to be able to change the stitches per inch and not have any hiccups along the way. With this one, in comparison to prior machines, I feel like this one is above and beyond.
I started quilting today, and so this is my first introduction. My first impression of the machine, when I walked in today and I looked at the machine, I was interested to see how I would actually do using it, but when I started using the machine, I was very surprised at how simple it operates. I mean, it seems like it would be complicated, but the machine works very smoothly. The instructions were very well put together. I really liked the images on the instructions, and I felt like they flow well as you're setting up your machine, as you're trying to navigate how to start the project. Very understandable for a beginner. As a beginning quilter, I think one of my feelings walking in was feeling intimidated starting on a machine and trying to follow a pattern. And I was very surprised at how easy it was to get comfortable with the machine. I feel like it is like super smooth as you go around like the pattern. I'm stoked.
Hello and welcome, my name is Jackson and today I'm going to be showing you Stipple Made Simple. So let's start off by heading to my sketchbook. Now, when I was starting quilting, I found drawing my ideas really allowed me to become more comfortable and gain a stronger understanding of how and why they worked. So that when I went to the machine, I had more confidence to actually quilt. So let's talk about stippling. I remember when I first tried stippling, I was like, this area I'm gonna stipple. And I just went like crazy. Oh, I've got to go up here. Oh no. Oh, now I've got to come to... Yeah, I think we get it. It was too overwhelming. I couldn't focus on anything. It was just so overwhelming. I've got to do this whole area. So then I broke it down. I'm just trying to find a blank page in my sketchbook. Perfect. So what I started to do was I divided the area up into bite-sized sections. So now I knew I'd go from one to the next and so on to complete the area. I was focusing on a smaller area and I was less overwhelmed by the whole area, right? So then when I'd start, I could do my little bumps. And I could go into the next section and I could overlap other sections as well. It didn't matter. When I marked the lines, I use a water-soluble marking tool anyway. So those lines aren't ever going to be an issue anyway. And in fact, if we do cross over those lines, that's actually completely okay. It makes it look more natural and fit together quite nicely without being stuck in a box, essentially. Now, if I was stippling and I crossed over a line or two, I wouldn't actually worry too much about it because truthfully, I'm creating a texture and I'm adding interest to my quilt top. So that's completely fine. Forgive yourself, don't get too caught up on it and just embrace those little mistakes. If you were to go too far and wanted to avoid crossing over and you catch it in the nick of time, you can do a simple little loop. So here I'm just going to do another loop. And just like that, I could focus on each section and just work along quite freely and comfortably because I wasn't thinking about this whole area. I was thinking about, all right, I'm going to quilt this and get to here. I'm going to go from here to here. Instead of starting go, oh, I need to fill this area. What am I going to do? Breaking it up really gives you more confidence. So let's take this over to the machine and show it in practice. All right, so I'm at the machine and I have got my standard foot on. I like it as it gives me nice visibility. Now, I go needle down, needle up, and pull the bobbin thread. Next, I'm just going to hold those threads and take a few locking stitches, and I am going to start. So my machine is set at 13 stitches per inch in precise regulated. One thing I love about the precise mode is I can go nice and slow without worrying too much. Now, another reason I love this foot for quilting is it helps me keep a nice spacing. So if I see the edge of my foot getting too close to another area where there's some stitching, I know I can move away from that area before it's too late. So you can see I've crossed over into another area already, and that's all good. Okie dokie, so I'm just going to keep on quilting. Just come down and fill this area. Now, I've just stopped and I have actually put my needle in the down position. I actually love to do that because when I resume sewing, I'm at the point where I last stitched. Now, if I was to stop with the needle up and move around a bit and not notice, we would actually see that it looks like a really long stitch, but what had happened was the machine was bumped and that's what occurred. So I'm going to quilt this area a lot. Okay, now let's talk about doing stipple around objects like appliques. So although they fall into different sections, we can still quilt around them, and I'm going to show you how. So I'm just going to start. And I'm going to quilt partly around it. Then I'm going to just do some areas where there is no applique. I'm going to come back in. And if it means you quilt into another section to maintain a smooth flow, by all means, don't worry about that. So now I'm coming up. And there's little trees there. Now I'm going to quilt up and over this bird here, and then come back down and around near the tree to complete this area here. All right, so now we can see by just going around these shapes, we can still get some really nice results. Now I'm going to go around this bird and fill that whole background. Now we're coming up near Mr. Fox. I'm going to stop with my needle down, so when I resume, I'm not going to have a funny stitch. So here, it's always good if you're ever in doubt, just to have a quick stop and plan. So I'm going to plan to come around, under the fox, and then back around and fill the rest of this area with the stipple. And I'm crossing over lines at the moment, and it does not matter. It's just helping us work on one section at a time. All right. And just like that, I'm just filling in the remaining area. And I'm just going to move around a bit more here. Okay, I'm not going to worry about quilting the rest of the area. I can demonstrate what I'm going to talk about here. So now we can see that the stipple has gone around our little tree, our bird, our heart, and our cute little fox over here. So as you've seen, we've quilted this whole area and we've gone over these lines and gone in between areas, and that's okay. And if you're ever in doubt, just stop. Think, okay, I need to fill this area. How can I get into that area and get out of it? All right. Now, if you're ever unsure, one thing that you can do is you can mark just a flow line where you go, okay, I'm going to come from here around that path. So you have a rough idea of where you're planning or intend to quilt in a continuous pattern. Okay, so here are some variations of stipple as well. This one I did a bit more of a geometric approach. This one here, I decided to add some circles for a bit of textural interest. This one here, I actually did the stipple and then I went back over, and I didn't worry about where I crossed over and how far I crossed over. I just did it for the effect. And you could definitely do it with one color, like pink, and then a purple for a nice effect. Now, I'm going to show you a little sample over here. So when I'm doing more intricate stipple, I like to use a tighter stitch. So something like anywhere from 13 to 15 stitches per inch to get a nice definition to that curvature, especially at a smaller scale. Here's what would happen if you were to use a shorter stitch length, such as like 8 or 10 stitches per inch for really intricate stipple. It doesn't quite have the definition, as every stitch in there helps that curvature flow quite smoothly. But if you were to use that same stitch length in a more open stipple, like this one here, by all means, it looks fantastic and is completely fine to do so. So if your stipple's a little bit closer together, just try using a slightly smaller stitch to get a better result. And that's a wrap. Thank you for watching Stipple Made Simple. I hope you have enjoyed watching and learned something new, along with having your creativity inspired. Don't forget to keep watching the online event and see what the other fabulous presenters have on offer. And in the meantime, don't forget to stay safe, stay inspired, and stay quilting.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Grace Company. My name is Amanda.
Hi, I'm Jana. I'm with the sales team. I'm so excited to be here with Amanda today from the education team.
So this year's theme for Fall Festival is stitching our stories one block at a time. And this theme reminded me in my family, there's a lot of people who like to do journaling and scrapbooking. So me and my mom like to journal. So I wanted to combine these two interests and make a cover for a journal using a quilt.
That is awesome. I was so excited to be part of this project, Amanda, because I don't really think about like, where do I go other than quilts on our machines and frames? Like, I think of a quilt. And so having this project of journaling is just so exciting.
this is the scrapbook that I'm going to be covering. It's just a cardboard binder, which I have this piece of fabric that I'm going to quilt these pieces that I have made, and I'm going to applique them directly onto the fabric. Okay. So I need to know where I'm going to place these triangles onto my fabric. So that's why I've got the journal here. I'm going to lay it out and mark with just any marking tool the edges of my quilt. And I'm going to start rearranging these pieces onto my fabric. Just where I put the markings.
Now you said this was the Moon Over the Mountain
book
cover. So a Moon Over the Mountain is a typical square that people can do on quilts. So that's a fun addition of, it's not just one you made up for the cover, it's a traditional quilting square.
Yeah, so I was looking up what could I do for this book cover, and I saw a whole bunch of these blocks with the moon and the mountain. I'm like, I wonder how they do that. And it turns out that it's just applique. And it's really nice that Carla has figured out that it's really great to applique right on the quilting frame.
That makes it so easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with my moons and applique. I just had the needle in the down position there.
And with the 19, that's so nice that you have all those buttons that tell you exactly where to go, the up and down of the needle, and the start and stop, and the speed control. I just love that new feature on this 19X Elite.
I love the everything is marked.
So then you're just following the circle around.
Yep.
You can go as fast or slow as you need, right? No need to try and win prizes by going as fast as possible.
No. Turn it off. And we can trim our threads. Now we're back here. Get started. There we go. Trim these ones.
Okay.
Now we can do the same thing with our triangles.
Excellent. I'll hold the scissors and move the threads out of the way.
Marked where the bottom is. Yeah, and we're not going to the edge with any of our stitches, so it's not necessary. Move to the next one.
Excellent. So really this project is going a lot faster than I thought it would. Plus, I mean, you had things done ahead of time, but really you could easily get it done in an afternoon.
And cut our threads. So now we have all this ready. We just need to quilt all around the outside. If you just have free motion, you could do free motion, but I'm going to tighten the belts and do some QC.
Wait, we can do automation on the Cutie frame? You don't have to have the giant big frames to do that?
Nope, we can do it on the Cutie.
I'm so excited. I haven't seen it on the Cutie yet.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Okay, so we've got all the belts tightened.
Yes.
And I see here that you have an additional tablet for automation. So even though the 19X Elite has a large screen, you still need an additional tablet, right?
Yeah, so you can't run QCT on the the screen here, unfortunately. So you'll still need to purchase a tablet, but then it gives you the power that it needs to do all the creative things that QCT can do.
And then this can do all the things the machine can do. So
yes,
both can run for what they need. Yeah.
We're ready to start using the automation. So I'll double tap on Quilter's Creative Touch, and it's going to tell us to move the machine to the center.
And why does it want to be in the center? Is that just so it can measure everything, or?
No, it just gives it a little bit of space. It needs to test that the belts are engaged.
Excellent.
So
Okay.
it's just going to move a little bit. Okay. So the first thing that I want to do is I have 2 triangle patterns that I'm going to stitch in each of these triangles. Okay. So with that, I'm going to use Select and Sew. And now we're going to need to set our safe area. So I'm going to go off my quilting space, just into the batting.
And setting your top left.
Top left. Bottom right. Make sure I've got plenty of space to place my designs.
So now
in.
the machine or the automation knows this is where we're quilting, so it doesn't go outside of that area.
Yeah, but also you'll place your designs, and so it won't go out of that area either. It just needs a blank slate to know where it can place things. I put my designs in my patterns folder. And I'm gonna start with this moon triangle.
Ooh, that one's fun.
Yeah, and I'm going to make these designs downloadable on our events web page. So now I'm going to find which placement mode I'm going to use. So right now we're in 4 points, but I've got a triangle here, so we're gonna need to use the triangle design. So now I'm ready to place these 3 nodes. So I'm going to move the machine over to this corner and tap this node. Okay. Then move it to the other corner. So we're going to click Quilt. And this green circle is where it's going to start. So I'm just going to move it close to there and pull up my bobbin. And I'm going to use this single stitch. And click Sew.
And it's going to start with that green circle and then stop at the red, so you know which direction it's going, right?
Yeah. Cut this thread. It's out of the way.
That is such a fun design.
Yeah, I designed this in Pattern CAD.
Oh. And Pattern CAD can be used on any machine, whether you have, I mean, not machine, but laptop, as long as it has a CD, right?
Yeah, it's just right in the program. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah. So you'll just need to use the same thumb drive that you downloaded onto the tablet. You can download it onto your computer.
And then it ties off for you, so you don't have to worry about tying it off before you pull the bobbin thread.
Mm-hmm. So you just need to move it out of the way. Do a single stitch on the screen again. And cut the threads. You can click Finished. So I've made a similar design that is a sun. So I'm going to select another pattern.
So you have moon and sun.
Yep, and then I'll select this one. That's okay, because we're going to place it again. And then same thing, we'll need to place these 3 nodes.
So fun. So we've got our moon and then we've got our star, or I mean our sun.
Now I'm going to fill the background design with a pattern, and in order to avoid my moon and my mountains, I'm going to use pattern eclipse to cut out a space for it to stitch in.
So it'll only do the pattern in the places you're telling it to?
Yeah. To get started, we're going to need a pantograph to fill the space. So I'll click pantograph. Okay. And I'm going to use the ruler to fill a specific area in this. And so click ruler. So I'm going to the place that I marked where my book is, then the other side. And then right now it's just the width, but this option here is a rectangle that gives us a full rectangle.
So the whole square area, not just one line.
So we'll apply measurement, and now this is clipped to just the size that I wanted. So I'm going to select pattern, and I made this one for a background.
Oh, that's so fun.
And I want this one to clip off the edges, so this heart here, we'll tap it 2 times to get it to the middle one, and this makes it nest ends and wrap around.
Oh, excellent.
Now we just kind of add patterns and rows until we like the design. I think that looks good.
Yeah, that looks beautiful.
Pattern eclipse is an after placement option, so we'll need to place it. So we're going to place this as a single pattern since it fits inside our quilting frame. Now we don't want to use triangle placement again, so we'll go back up to 4 point and place our 4 points.
So even though you placed it previously, you're doing it again just to tell it, yes, that's the size, but we're letting you know for sure this is where it needs to be.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now that we've placed it, we'll click quilt. Because we need to be on this quilting interface screen to get the right plugin. So we'll go to plugins, and we'll see this, and these plugins need to be used in this order. So if you need to use fabric comp or endpoint adjust, now is when you do it. And then we'll click on pattern eclipse to start tracing out where this pattern is going to stitch. So let's start at the bottom of this triangle. Add. And we're just going to go up a little bit at a time.
And you're just saying add each time, so it adds a point of the line, right?
Yeah. And with the triangle, it's not as important to get little tiny measurements, but with the circle, as many points as you can to make it a really smooth circle. And I want to try and keep this out of the space, so I'll have my needle right over the space that it used to be.
So your needle is in the blue section of the fabric rather than over the yellow or gray for the triangles.
Yeah. And so we've got one region, we're going to make another one. So you can click this button here to make a new region. Okay, so we've eclipsed both of these shapes, and we want to make sure that it will keep out and sew continuous. And then we'll tap OK to apply our eclipse to our design. Okay, so pattern eclipse has traced around both of the areas. You can just move the machine to the start point and click sew, and it'll start to stitch it out.
So again, that green circle is where it starts, and then the red will be where it stops, right?
Yep. We've got a few breaks in here, but the machine will walk you through how to move the machine just a little bit and move to the next region. So we'll do a single stitch at our starting point, and click sew. Okay, it looks like we've finished sewing out our patterns. Click finished. So we have taken the quilt off the frame, and now we're ready for the fun part. We're going to turn this quilt into the cover for our book.
I'm so excited. This is something I've never done before, and I can't wait to see all the steps.
So in order to do this, I need to trim away all of the batting and the backing up to the stitching here. Can you do that for me?
I can do that. So I just take some scissors and cut away.
Yep. I'm going to be preparing this heat and bond and this tissue paper so that I can have some paper on the back of my quilt to glue onto my board. I'll roll out this heat and bond and this paper, and I've got my iron set to just a little warm, but I don't want any steam. Press down. I feel a little sticky.
All finished with this, and I'll set these scraps aside so we can use them for other things. That's amazing how it just sticks right on there.
Yep. So just the same kind of fusible that people often use for their quilts. Okay. So now we can take this. We need to peel off the back of this heat and bond. Line this up here. You want this to fit in that area. I'm actually going to use the back of that kind of just as some wax paper,
So it keeps it covered and
so I don't
iron over the bond.
glue my iron to the bond.
Or have it burn on there and then accidentally transfer it to your quilting area.
You just want to focus a lot on the edge here where it goes from the quilted area to just the fabric, because that's really what needs to stick. Let's flip it over so you can make sure it gets the heat that it needs. Thanks. special attention to those edges. I've got this all pressed down, so I can take it over. Okay. Heat and bond on the back too. You can take off.
So we'll take off that cover piece that we had on there.
Yeah.
Just making sure it's all on there, right?
Yep. Okay. So now we need to get our board glued onto there. I want to make sure that it's lined up perfectly. So I'm going to line it up and pull these up one at a time and just use a pencil to mark exactly where we need to place the spine. We're going to start with the spine. Now, just got some normal Elmer's glue and a paintbrush that I don't care much about because it's a gloopy brush. Then we'll place the spine right there.
And then pressing down firmly, right?
Press it down. We can even go over here. Really make it solid. We actually need to trim off these corners. So I'm going to use a true cut ruler. I'm actually going to use this little lip here.
Oh, excellent.
To show me. So now, again,
just so you don't get things on top of there, the glue.
Yeah. So I can glue all the way to the edges of the paper. Or
the cover, not having to worry about it getting on your table.
And then, just to make sure that it wraps like I want to, I'm going to have it closed.
And I see that you're pulling with your left hand, so it'll help stretch it all the way. It's where it's supposed to go.
I'm gonna stretch it out. Open it. Might need to add some more. Not to get glue on the front.
You're making sure those edges are really tight there.
Excellent. And I've just got these 2 pages here that I'm going to glue on the inside here.
Oh, so it covers up
some space here. And cover this entire, just, it's a PVA glue.
Okay. Did you use like a credit card to kind of help you rather than just your hands or a pencil?
Yeah.
All set for journaling.
Yeah, I'm super excited about how it came out. Thanks everybody for joining me for this project.
I've been having so much fun. Thank you so much for having me, Amanda.
And remember that I've got the patterns for these available for download on the events platform. Thanks everybody, and we'll see you next time.
That was absolutely wonderful.
It really was.
I loved being able to see it. You know, with quilting, I think we kind of tend to forget that, you know, you can do it in so many different aspects, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so fun to see like all the different applications. I thought it was such a creative idea, and it just turned out so fantastic and cute.
It really did. Well, we're really excited to be with you here with this little bit of a segment as we kind of are hitting the midday point here. I'm Laurel Erznosnik. I am an account executive here with the Grace Company, and I am joined with...
I'm Jarek Erznosnik, also account executive here. You've maybe seen us a few times before, but now we're here together today. It's real fun to be here with you.
Exactly. We're really excited. Again, there's been some wonderful things that we've gone over, and I do want to spend a little bit of time here just talking about kind of what, again, we've gone through on this first day, halfway through the day. So one thing that was actually new is we introduced the home-based quilter. And so I just kind of wanted to share that because I think Amanda did there, and even with Jana in that video, did a fantastic job at kind of showing us how and really what we're looking for with that home-based quilter, right? New ideas, fun projects that you're doing, whether it's quilting, you know, sharing your journey one block at a time. So I know that was really fun to see, and we're really excited to introduce this new home-based quilter.
Yeah, it's really fun. And you know, while we're kind of talking about this, you know, what are the projects that you all are working on out there? Like, we want to know, like, share with us maybe a few words, maybe like, is it some fall quilts? Do you have your own? I know we've done clothing, and this was now a binder. Like, what are your creative ideas that you have out there? Like, share with us. We really want to know. I know, like, I personally want to, and we're all really excited what we all have to do and share.
Yeah, wonderful. Again, yeah, let's go ahead and get those comments there, because again, we are excited to see what projects you are getting into, and especially again with that home-based quilter, it's a really fun time to share it out there and really connect with everybody. Because if you weren't able to join us, you are able to actually go back through and rewatch any of these segments, which I would encourage you to do because they are wonderful, and we talk about that home-based quilting where we give you opportunities to share, and so that's wonderful. Robin, I'm making cloth pumpkins. That's a really neat
fun.
one. I love
it.
Grace Moon, baby quilts, all for the NIC units. That's very cute. Oh, I feel like I needed to do that. I know there was some fun projects, you know, Carla's done with us. If you've stayed and watched some of the other Grace lives, you know that she does a cute little baby quilt that is kind of like that. So that's a really neat one there. Linda Myers working on a beach quilt with some fat quarters. That's a fun one. I love that. I know, and Jarek, you know, kind of speaking of projects, I think you're kind of getting into, I think it was your first quilt,
yeah,
right?
It's my first quilt. It's like a secret. It's like you're not all the way done yet, right? I've designed it, I've picked out the fabric for it, and I'm really excited. Carla here is going to help me put it all together. So, you know, even I'm getting into it here. And I'm super happy to put together my first quilt, and I'll of course share it with everyone once I'm done.
Yes, of course. I know. Thank you again. Yeah, let's keep seeing some of those because, again, it's exciting the projects that you're able to do. And even throughout this whole fall festival, you know, we were able to see Amanda and Jana share of a bit of a different idea or creative way of using quilting. But we have a couple others with our education team that are going to be sharing some projects they did. So be sure to stay tuned. You are able to go through, again, on that schedule and mark or add the certain sections you want to make sure you don't miss to your calendars so you can get reminders. So be sure to do that. But that's wonderful. Jennifer Moss t-shirt quilts. I know that's a really fun one because you're able to, you can pull them from like memories or moments you may have gotten them, you know. So that's a really fun one to do.
There was one up there that I saw that we had up on screen for a second that I thought was super cool. She was saying that she makes entire clocks all made from fabric and quilted pieces. That sounds really cool.
That's neat. Quilted wall hanging clocks. Yeah, fully functional working clocks embroidered and quilted.
Wow.
That's super neat.
That's fantastic. I would be really interested to see what that looks like.
I was going to say, I was like, that's where I would love to see what it would look like. So yeah, make sure, again, on that home-based quilter platform, please share, because those are the kind of things that I think help inspire us. And then really, you know, some of the comments that came in during that segment was, you know, I'm just getting started, trying to figure out what I want to do. And so that's a great place to look for that, you know. Even with myself, you know, it's like, oh, I don't know, I want to quilt, but what do? You know, and so Jarek, you're a great example of that as well. With, you know what, let me just kind of pick out some colors, do a design, and then, you know what? Why not go ask for help from someone who is a quilter,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah, just get started and have some fun. That's, I think, really a part of it is just experimenting and not being afraid, because, you know, we're all starting on that same page. You know, you get a little bit intimidated by all the professional looking things that are out there, but everyone started just like you, and that's, you know, take the first step. It's a really fun part of the process.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, I know kind of as we do here, we have done a couple giveaways earlier today. We will be doing, yes, woo, that's the energy we're looking for right there, yes. So we've done a couple, and we are gonna do 2 more here in this little segment, and then stay tuned because we will be doing some throughout today and actually throughout all of Fall Festival every day. Some live giveaways as well as some that are chosen from those that have pre-registered. So yes, stay tuned with us. Woo! You know, and then even if you aren't a winner, we do have some amazing specials that are special and specific for you guys for this festival. And again, they are limited and are again specific for the festival time. So if you are interested or have been looking at any product, whether it's a frame, a machine, maybe it's that automation, maybe it's a hopping foot accessory, you know, anything like that, now is the time to get it, because it is like by far and away, you know, the lowest pricing that we've seen on our product. So be sure to take a look at that.
Something else I wanted to just bring up again too that I've just been super excited about is our new 16 machine. Everyone saw that, we released it, it was leaked, you know, I've just been so happy to see that, and so many people are seeing it and they're calling it and buying it. You know, if you're looking to get this machine, it's amazing, and now is also the perfect time too with the free frame and, you know, there's other deals going on. It's an awesome machine, LJ. Like, have you? I've seen them in person. I think they're super sleek looking, and I just think it's really a kind of a call to how awesome the Grace Company is, and like this new, I guess from the 15 to the 16. I just love to see where we've come from.
It is. It's amazing to see. You know, really, it is something that is innovative. And really, I love to say it's, you know, took what the engineering standard is and we said, you know what, why is that engineering standard? You know, let's go above and beyond and create a new standard, which is what that 16-inch series is. So yes, that's wonderful. And again, the specials, they're a little amazing. You know, Nathan this morning, he said it kind of scares him a little bit because they are just amazing. And we're just like, whoo, all right. You know, like we're thinking like, I need to go get one myself, you know? So they are some amazing specials. You know, and one of them right now is we have it, you know, purchase the 16, get a free frame. If you already have a frame, we're actually giving you a free light bar. So right now we actually are going to be giving away a light bar here. So this is that luminous 5-foot light bar. Jared, why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The 5-foot light bar is one of those things I always show people at shows. I'll go and turn it off and then turn it back on. It just makes a huge difference, and it really lets you see the colors that you're working with instead of kind of, you know, wherever you might be set up, you know, the whole home quilter sort of thing. It just really makes a great addition to your work area and being able to see everything.
It does, yeah, and it's really nice, you know, that it sits on casters and is height adjustable so that you can move it over your quilting space, but then if you want, you can actually go move it over where you may be cutting or piecing or anything like that with it. And it's really good too, because for that 5-foot light bar, it usually sits at about $500, so $499.95. So this again is something we are going to give away for free here.
Excellent.
Yeah, so this is exciting, but let's go ahead and do a drum roll and announce the winner here of this 5-foot light bar. Woo! Carol Moeller. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Carol. You're going to absolutely love that.
Yes, you will. You really will. Again, it's wonderful to use over your quilting space or over, honestly, anywhere else in your house.
Yeah, seriously.
So that's a really good one.
You can never get enough light.
Yeah, exactly. Can always use more, especially with that being what we call a true color, meaning it doesn't cast any yellow hue or anything over your fabric or even that, you know, different thread that you're using. So that's a wonderful. And, you know, kind of, you know, as we're going through this, again, just make sure to keep an eye out, because as this is about midway through, we do have some other wonderful segments we're going to be getting through today, and then even tomorrow, and then again next week when we come back for the last 2 days of Fall Festival, that if there is certain segments you want to make sure to not miss, you can go in on the schedule and actually add to your calendar so you'll be reminded to make sure you're tuned in for those. So please be sure to take a look because they really are some wonderful
you don't want to
segments.
miss it. And I love that you can just add a little reminder there, because I know for me, I just get caught up in like projects or whatever I'm doing, and you're like, it'll come up and you'll be able to remember and just participate in this awesome event that we got going on here.
That's exactly right, Joke. Yes, this is wonderful. And I know, thank you everybody as well for the comments and everything. That's really fun. We do have people that are watching, so if you have any questions throughout any segments, please put those comments in the chat. You know, we are having someone live, again, answer those questions, and then kind of, you know, talking about those deals. If you are interested or have questions, you can call in now and actually speak with somebody so we can help you right away get those answers question. Again, you can give us a call there at 1-800-264-0644, or you can visit our website. We do also have a chat there where someone is monitoring that at www.graceframe.com. So please take a look there. And again, you don't have to wait. Now is the time. You can call in. If it does send you a voicemail, you know, we'll get you a call back as soon as we can. So just call in. We'd love to talk with you and hear from you. So be sure to check in on that. But we're going to go ahead. You know, we have one more giveaway we're doing here. So this
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
I don't know. It is our True Cut Combo 2. So
I love
Jared,
True Cut.
yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
LJ, give this over to me here because I love True Cut. No, True Cut is just such an amazing system, and if for you those that are not familiar, it's got a track system, and this is our ergonomic cutter that just helps take the pressure off of your hand. And we have a lot of great videos online about it too, but this is really just an ideal setup, and especially with the sharpener, you know, this will sharpen all those blades. I know a lot of quilters out there, they have like a secret little drawer or stash of blades because they've been holding on to it just in case. Well, now this is just the exact reason why they've been holding on to it. They didn't know they were going to win a prize with a sharpener, and now they're going to be able to sharpen all of them. But it's absolutely fantastic. I love True Cut.
It is, you know, and actually just following us, we're going to have a segment where we talk about, or one of our ambassadors talks about the True Cut product, so stay tuned for that. But again, even if you don't or aren't winning this, we have amazing deals that are from October 1st through the 16th there.
Let me just say, this is an absolutely fantastic price on the sharpener. You know, $79.95 down to $48. Blades are so expensive, so it really, like, you know, this pays for itself real quick.
Oh, it absolutely does, you know, and I had a customer call me the other day that was talking about that ergonomic shape of the cutter and said, you know, I saw it, I've seen a couple of videos, and they're like, I just can't cut anymore because I can't grip it. So with that shape, there is really no need to grip it. It's a simple bit of pressure from your palm that you're able to use. So that is a wonderful kit. This usually for that combo 2 retails for, I believe it's, let me take a look here. It's $145.80, so $145.80 usually for this combo or True Cut Combo 2. But again, we are giving it away for free here. So let's go ahead and do a drum roll for the giveaway here. Woo, woo, woo. Keeping it, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Awesome.
There we go. Really put us on the edge there.
Making sure you're staying tuned. Christy Bartlett. Awesome, congratulations.
Oh, you're gonna love that, Christy.
Yes, and then again, this is chosen, or the 2 that we gave away, that luminous lightwear, as well as that True Cut Combo 2 is chosen from those that have pre-registered. So we will be reaching out to you, Melinda will, so keep an eye out for that email so we can get you your prize. But you know, I'm just really excited to have been able to be here with you guys with this, and again, just another reminder that please stay tuned to as we go through the rest of today and through tomorrow, and then again when we come back next week, that there are some wonderful segments that a lot of people have taken a lot of time and put in a lot of effort for, and we do have, again, just some wonderful opportunities for donations, and then again with this new home-based quilter, we're really excited to hear more of your stories, because they really are, they're wonderful. The comments I was reading earlier, it's like, oh my gosh, you know, I never would have thought of that it is a lifesaver, it is a saving piece, and it is a good way to, or a great creative outlet. So it's really wonderful with that. But
I get really excited about other people's creativity. I love when people are passionate about it, and I love quilters because they're always really passionate about their thing, and it's always like a big gift item too. So that just, you know, kind of warms my heart. And you know, it's starting to get cold outside. It's starting to get fall, so that just warms me right up.
Yeah, it does, you know. Again, kind of what we're going to go into next is a video with our ambassador who's going to talk a bit about the True Cuts. But then just following that, we do have that Navajo project that we will be sharing with. So please stay tuned for that, because that is a really neat segment. I'm actually excited to watch ourselves.
Same.
And so we will have an opportunity if you wish to donate. And I would encourage you guys, please, to do so. And again, if you are just joining us, you do have that ability to go back through, rewatch any of the segments. Or again, if there is a segment you're excited for to see, you know, later today or tomorrow, you can go in and add that to your calendar so you're sure to not miss that segment.
Yeah, and again, just thanks you so much for joining us. Thanks for participating in this and being a part of this awesome event. I just love seeing everyone out there, and again, the creativity. Just so glad the diversity of people that get in here and we get to share this time with.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, thank you everybody for joining us, and thank you for staying tuned, and we hope you will stay with us, because again, we will be doing some more giveaways at the end of today, and potentially some live ones there, so please stay tuned, and thank you so much. But we're going to go ahead and again get into the video with our ambassador that talks a bit about our TrueCut system.
Hi, my name is Nicole with So Much More, and in today's video I'm going to share all about the Falling For You quilt pattern. We're going to be cutting the fabric, we're going to be piecing this together, and we're even going to quilt this on the long arm. So let's get started. We're going to be using a lot of my favorite things, so I wanted to tell you a little bit about them before we get started. I'm a TrueCut brand ambassador, and they have a really great cutting system. I'm going to be using a variety of rulers and some of their rotary blades, as well as the cutting mat that comes in their travel case. The Falling For You quilt pattern is my latest pattern release. For this video, I'm going to be making the queen size quilt. This pattern also has the throw and the full sizes available. For a majority of my piecing, I'm going to be using the Juki DX4000. This is a large throat space, which is perfect for free motion quilting, although in this video I'll be doing our quilting on the long arm. And in case you're wondering about this orange sticker on top of my extension table, it's called a grid glider. This accessory has tons of seam allowance markings, which help me achieve the perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance. And of course I love good lighting. You can learn more about the Twist-to-Go lamp in my online shop. The Falling For You quilt pattern is available in a variety of sizes. This pattern features the maple leaf quilt block in 2 sizes. I love the larger leaf and all the smaller leaves that surround it. I chose some solids for my online shop. This fall fabric bundle turned out to be the perfect combination for this Falling For You quilt. So let's dive into making the maple leaf quilt blocks. The first thing I do is mark a line corner to corner on the wrong side of the fabric with the marking pen or chalk pencil. I'm actually using a friction pen for this step, and the fabric that I'm marking on is my background fabric. Then you're going to match up your background fabric with the fabric for your leaves, and then you're going to sew a 1/4 inch on either side of the marked diagonal line. Cut along the marked line to make 2 oversized half square triangle units, and you're going to press the seams towards your leaf fabric. I'm using a mini iron from Aliso. This is the perfect size next to your sewing machine, and it comes in a variety of colors. Trim the half square triangle units using the 45-degree line on your ruler. Use the measurements found in your pattern to make your finished half square triangle pieces. To make your stem, take a piece of your background fabric and cut it in half diagonally. Take the rectangle piece of your leaf fabric and align it right sides together with a diagonal cut edge of your background triangle. Sew the seam and press it towards the leaf fabric. Next, align the second triangle with the edge of your leaf rectangle. Sew the seam and press it towards the leaf fabric. Align the 45-degree line on your ruler to the center of the stem fabric. Use your pattern to make sure that your measurements don't extend beyond the fabric, and trim against the corner of the ruler. Rotate 180 degrees and repeat the trimming on the other side. And this is your stem unit. Gather all of the pieces that you've cut and assembled for your maple leaf quilt block. Arrange them in this fashion and start sewing your rows together. Go ahead and reference your pattern, which gives you the directions on which way to press your seams so that everything nests together beautifully. I'll be following exactly the same steps for the large maple leaf quilt block, except everything is supersized. Now, I found it much easier to use sewing pins for this block just to keep the fabrics from shifting, since this block is so much bigger than the rest of the blocks in the quilt. You may have noticed that I switched sewing machines. This is the Juki TL2010Q, and it's a straight stitch machine. I'm also using a grid glider on the extension table, which helps me maintain a perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance. Once all the maple leaf quilt blocks have been assembled, all we have left to do is put the rows together. This quilt comes together quickly because of the large areas of negative space. The quilt pattern is a great example of a modern quilt because I'm using solid fabrics and I have a vast amount of negative space. Because I'm making a queen size quilt, I've transitioned my ironing task to the ironing board. I'm using the large size Aliso for this work, and it makes quick tasks of pressing my seams as I assemble each row. With each row addition, the quilt becomes a little more cumbersome to handle. I'm using sewing pins so that the two pieces don't shift during assembly. One of the great features of the Juki DX4000 is that it has a built-in walking foot. This keeps the top and bottom fabric from shifting during sewing. And I'm also taking the time to remove each pin before I sew over it. The last thing I want to do is to change a broken needle. I'm finally on the home stretch of assembling the quilt top. I have the two halves of the top coming together on the last seam. So when I'm assembling these rows together, it's important for me to locate the center of each row first. I insert a pin in the center and then to the end of each row, and then I work my way to the middle with the sewing pins. I'm also taking my time to adjust the fabric as I progress along the seam, and I know that if I take my time and I do my best, that my quilt will turn out better for it. Now that the quilt top is finished, we have to take a moment and appreciate the size of this quilt. I am so excited to quilt this quilt. Now before we load everything onto the long arm, we need to get the wrinkles out of the batting. I love using wide back batting. You don't have to join seams, and all you have to do is make sure that it's the right length. When I load the backing onto my long arm, I use red snappers. These are a great tool for the long arm quilter to help them easily attach their backing to the leaders of their long arm. I am a Juki brand ambassador. Did you know that Juki uses Grace frames and also uses the Graced software for quilt automation? My long arm is the Juki J350 QVP, and I have a 10-foot frame, which is the perfect size for my room and my needs. Now that I have my backing loaded onto my long arm, I'm going to float my batting and my quilt top. I'm using Quilter's Dream Request batting, which is a lightweight 100% cotton batting. I'm just aligning my batting to the top of my backing and letting the remainder float or fall over the edge. And I'm doing the same with the quilt top while making sure that I align the center of the quilt to the center of the backing. The rest of this is just basting. I actually baste my entire quilt before I start the quilting process. This is not a required thing to do. This is just something that I prefer to do so that my quilt doesn't shift throughout the quilting process. My Juki J350 QVP has a basting stitch that's already built into the machine. I like to make my basting stitch with a contrasting thread. This makes it obvious to me which thread needs to be removed, whether I'm in the process of quilting or after I'm finished quilting the entire quilt. This queen size quilt measures about 104 inches in length, and it'll take me several advances to baste the entire quilt. But once I'm finished basting the quilt, I'll advance the quilt back to the beginning and start plotting out the quilt automation. I use Quilter's Creative Touch 5, otherwise known as QCT5. And I also have the Gold membership, which gives me access to over 750 quilt pattern designs. And I found this perfect design which incorporates a quilted maple leaf. This is an edge-to-edge or continuous line design, which means it starts on one edge of the quilt and works its way all the way to the other edge. And once I'm finished with a single pass, then I would advance my quilt and repeat the design again. And because this quilt is large, I will have advanced this design throughout the quilt about 8 times. The thread that I'm using is a thread that really blends into the background. My background fabric is linen. The color is linen by Paintbrush Studio Fabrics, and it blends perfectly with the Superior Omni thread. I believe the actual color is called cream, and the number is 3004. The foot that I'm using on my Juki J350 QVP is called a glide foot. Now, some people often refer to this as a spoon foot, and I use this foot often because it does just like the name suggests. It glides over the quilt and doesn't get hung up on any three-dimensional piecing or any of the edges either. Using quilt automation to finish your quilts is very rewarding. I love how I can browse the design files and choose some things, anything that's perfect for my project. And as I mentioned, QCT5 has a ton of options. There are so many videos and resources on this software. I've even recently started making my own, and I publish them on my own YouTube channel. Feel free to check those out when you get a chance. Once we get the quilt all quilted, it's time to trim. I'm using my large True Cut ruler, and I'm also using the True Cut Comfort Cutter. The My Comfort Cutter is the top of the line ergonomic rotary cutter. Its Comfort Curve grip is especially designed to make rotary cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. And I appreciate how the handle reduces the stress on the wrist and the arm, and everyone from beginners to advanced cutters love the track and guide for straight cuts every time. The Comfort Curve grip of my Comfort Cutter is designed to give you the most natural feeling cut ever. I'm trimming this quilt quite easily, and I'm also able to make quick work of cutting out my binding. The My Comfort Cutter aligns naturally with your arm as you cut, relieving stress on your wrist, arm, and shoulder, even over extended periods of cutting. I'm trimming my binding strips at 2.5 inches in width. And after I trim my bindings, I sew them together on the diagonal. I use the center line on my grid glider to help guide my stitches from one end of the diagonal to the next. I find this so much faster and easier than having to actually draw a diagonal line and then sewing on the diagonal line. After I sew my binding strips together, I fold them in half lengthwise. I give them a good pressing with my iron, and then I attach them with a 1/4 inch seam allowance to the perimeter of my quilt. Now, getting to the corner, some people like to cut their threads, but I just pull that out, pull the thread kind of out a little ways, and then I push it back. I secure it with some back tacking, and then I just continue on to the next corner. I love to finish my quilts with hand binding. There is something very soothing about binding by hand, and I found that over the years my eyesight has changed, and I've found additional lighting and magnification to be a great help and benefit to me when binding quilts. Now, I'm using the Magnificent Pro by the Daylight Company to help with the binding. It illuminates the area and magnifies my viewpoint. I just love how this quilt came together. From piecing the fabric to quilting the top and then finally finishing with hand binding, I couldn't be happier. And I hope you found this video helpful. And if you'd like to make the Falling For You quilt, the pattern is available for download in my online shop. I also have fabric kits available for the solid fabric that I used, and I have some really lovely fall fat quarter bundles in my shop as well, which I think would make a lovely Falling For You quilt.
We were given an opportunity to select a charity for this year's Fall Festival. I picked the Navajo Project because I have always had an interest in the strength of the indigenous people, not only through history, but their strength today in 2022. The more I learned about the Navajo Project and its ties to quilting, the more I felt it was the perfect fit for this segment.
After spending about 2 hours with Kari and Susan, the founders of the Navajo Project, we were certain we had made the right choice. We hope their story moves you as much as it has moved us.
And I own a company in Los Angeles called French General, and we design fabric and quilts for Moda. We've been with Moda since 2008, and it's been a whirlwind experience for me. I hadn't been introduced to the quilting world before I met Moda, and it's been a really fun ride for me to be one of their designers and to be a part of producing beautiful 18th and 19th century French, very classical reproduction fabric in designs and color. I began the Navajo Quilt Project about 7 years ago. We had been driving through the Navajo Nation, and I noticed that there was a real need for sewing supplies. So I actually met a woman at a trading post, and her and I talked for a while, and she told me that she was a weaver during certain months of the year. And then when it was warmer, you know, she would go outside and weave. And when it was colder, she would come inside and do her quilts. And she said, but her only problem was she just didn't have enough access to fabric. So at that point I was designing, I had already started designing for Moda, and I said, I got plenty of fabric.
Wow.
So I started sending her fabric, and, you know, she just kept saying, keep sending it, keep sending it. You know, I'm giving it to my sister, to my mother, to my brothers, you know, whoever needed some fabric to make quilts or clothing or any sort of decorative items with. And it ran like that for about a year, maybe 6 months. And then one day I was in the Autry Museum out in Los Angeles, and I saw a quilt in the gift shop, and it had Susan Hudson's name on it. And I think it said, you know, Navajo quilter, Susan Hudson. And I thought, what? Like Navajo quilter, Susan Hudson? So I immediately went home and I Googled her name, and, you know, all this information came up about this amazing master quilter in the Navajo Nation that was doing ledger quilts, pictorial quilts. And so I immediately wrote to her and I said, would you ever be interested in helping me with this little project that, you know, this idea that I've had in my head to help bring more fabric and sewing supplies to the Navajo Nation? It took her a little while to respond. You know, she wasn't sure who I was. And eventually she wrote to me and she said, let's do this. You know, let's partner up and start this project and take it further. And then I was able to take it on my own. And so once I met Susan, that's really when the ball started rolling. And, you know, we've been working together for about 6 years now.
Wow.
And it's just been a really wonderful collaboration. We both have different sides to our personality. So, you know, we can kind of bounce off of each other and play off of each other. And we've found that we're a really good team. And I think we've made a difference. You know, we see that, you know, things are changing and women are quilting more and sewing and have access to sewing machines, you know, and lots and lots and lots of fabric. And so we've got goals, you know, of more things we want and need. But right now we have established kind of a ground for the Navajo Quilt Project. And we've got a great base and we think it'll continue to grow.
So it was in motion for about 6 months, but it really started, so it sounds like it started to get more organized and it went from idea to reality when Susan came on.
Absolutely. So I think when Susan came on, what happened, or what I always like to say is all of a sudden, you know, we had boots on the ground. We had somebody in the Navajo Nation that was actually, you know, visiting these chapter houses or filling up a truck and donating, you know, 300 pounds of fabric on a Saturday. Wow. And then Susan was able to bring in her people. And, you know, so it grew on Susan's side quite quickly, because I think you had enough people, Susan, that really wanted to be a part of something. And it gave all of us kind of this purpose of, oh, we can actually be, you know, getting fabric into the right hands and letting those people create and make something on their own. Wow. And not having to drive, you know, whatever it might be, 100, 150, 200 miles and go to, you know, find a fabric store. So we started bringing it to, you know, bringing supplies to the grandmothers, to the sisters and the aunts, and even the brothers, I would say, right, Susan? We have some men quilters now.
That is just so incredible.
So I think after I met Susan, the Navajo project started to truly impact my life. Before that, you know, it was just me working, you know, out of French General and, you know, kind of making a phone call every once in a while to a chapter house or a senior center, trying to get them to take some fabric donations. Mm-hmm. Once I met Susan, I think it changed from me trying to, you know, work my way into a very tight community of people. Right. And by Susan and I holding hands in this project, I think we're able to achieve more together. And I think it changed the direction of the project. And it became much more fulfilling for me because I was able to learn really more about the needs and the wants of the Navajo quilters. And before that, I think I was just trying to fill a need. Right. I think with Susan, I started to understand the need. And I think that's been much more meaningful to me and how I've continued to work in the project. Because I understand it now. And I don't think I wouldn't have understood it as much without Susan.
Susan, can you introduce yourself to us?
Susan Hudson ki ani kini pashashi tabaha dashate na kaidinetishonali. I live in Sheep Springs, New Mexico on the Great Navajo Nation. As a Navajo, we introduce ourselves to each other so we know what our clans are. I like to acknowledge the ancestral cultural land that I am walking upon throughout Mother Earth. And right now I'm on my own traditional lands. So I like to acknowledge my ancestors. And I also like to acknowledge the people in my life that have inspired me, my ancestors, my spirit helpers, and Tukashala. And how I started was, my quilting was, I was around 9 years old and we were really poor. I mean, we were poor. So people would feel sorry for us and give my mom clothes. And how she learned to sew was in the boarding schools. And so she was always beaten, you know, and she didn't do things right. So when she taught me how to alter clothes, I would get hit. And finally, you know, years later, I go, Mom. And so then she told me about when she was in the boarding school and what happened to her, all the abuse that she went through. And then that's how she knew. So I decided I wasn't going to teach my kids because I was scared that I was going to do that to them. And I didn't want to discourage them from doing it. And so the little pieces that were left over, we would make like little quilts out of them, and make them bigger. When I was 13, my great grandmother died, and she had this quilt. When somebody dies in the family, we didn't do wills and stuff, so everybody was fighting over everything. Well, when they brought the quilt out, everybody stopped, and they started talking about all the history of those little pieces of fabric that were in there, the shirts, the pants. And then that's when you start finding out how crazy your family really is. Oh, remember when I did remember that girl that slapped you? You start hearing all these stories. And so that had a really profound effect on me. And I was going, that's our history. That's our stories. All my grandma and all of them, they went to boarding schools and stuff. So they were brutally punished, raped and everything else, and beaten. And so my mom didn't teach Navajo because she didn't know what the future was going to be, and she didn't want us to go through that. So we learned English, and we were forced to learn English, and so we could assimilate. And we were told during that time not to say we were Navajo, which is basically say we were Mexican, Spanish or Mexican. We were something else other than what we were. We had to who we were for so many years. So now I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I'm proud of who I am. And, so that's part of my quilting story, my legacy. And so that's why once again, I'll say I'm an activist, because I give a voice, I talk for the ones that can't talk. When I do my quilts, I make sure I pray and everything, my spirit helpers, quilt makers, my ancestors, all of them, I pray and ask them for help and for guidance, because they're the ones that it's their story. It's going to be their story. Not only does with the Navajo Quilt Project, not only does it help, provide warmth, for the grandmas to make something for the grandchildren, or, something that they need to keep warm, but also very important in our culture is our ceremonies. When we have these ceremonies, we're giving a homemade quilt to the medicine people. And, people don't realize how emotional that is, because then that connects them to their grandparents and their great grandparents that made quilts for them, or when they were little in the hogan, or, going to like Gallup ceremonial or something, on the wagon going up to the chief camp, and you have this quilt, and that, there's a story behind that quilt. So that's a really important part of the Navajo Quilt Project, is those ceremonies. And so when all these beautiful people send us boxes and, boxes of fabric and needles and everything, and they're sending it out, because it's quite expensive to send this stuff, but with their beautiful hearts sending it, they also become part of that ceremony. And they get the blessings that we get. They get the prayers too, and they don't realize that. So I'm glad you're giving me this opportunity to let people know, when you do that, as part of that ceremony, you get prayers, you get blessings. It comes back to you because you have such a big, beautiful heart. And we really appreciate it, because we know a lot of times that, it's really expensive to send us something, but, we appreciate that. And ledger art is, the Plains Indians are known for it, but I always say we all had our own kind of ledger art. So what I did was I started doing ledger quilts. And what I started doing was giving a voice to my ancestors and a voice to the ones that could not talk. And that's where my activism in quilting started. Wow. I didn't want to be one of those little gray-haired women with the cardigan sweater. I was going to be out there front. I was going to give voice to them. I was going to tell my story, not have somebody tell me what they thought my story should be. Now I command anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 a quilt.
Wow, good for you. And how amazing is the quilts that the story comes full circle, right? Like the quilts that you're making that money on are the quilts you're honoring your ancestors' stories with. That's the quilts that finally, like when you finally fully stepped into your story in your quilting and said, I'm using my quilting skills to honor my grandmother and my ancestors. And in that honoring, like you said, the ceremonies and the blessings, it just comes right back. Like when you step into your story, truly, that's your authentic self. Like that's who we are. That's our authentic self. So that's just so incredible. What an amazing story, Susan. Kari, is there anything as far as like what the Navajo project is today?
So the Navajo Quilt Project gathers fabric, quilting supplies, and finished quilts to donate to women that live on the Navajo Nation. We also collect monetary donations and use it to purchase scissors, thread, batting, needles, so that the women can quilt in the winter and make beautiful warm blankets for their families. You know, as many of us are aware, there's, you know, very little running water or electricity in the Navajo Nation. So the fact that, you know, a grandmother or grandfather will be given a quilt, it sometimes can be a matter of life and death. I mean, they need these blankets and these quilts to stay warm during the winter. So when we are lucky enough to get a donation of finished quilts, you know, I know Susan, you know, hand picks each one, hand delivers each one to people that are in great need. And this has been something, I think, Susan, that you've really, you know, set your mind to, and you've made it it's a very, I think, it's a very important part of our project when we receive finished quilts, because then it goes directly into the hands of someone that's in great need. And that's a part that Susan's really brought to the project. That's something that, you know, kind of evolved over the years. Quilters, you know, they're so generous. And I know that, you know, we've all got these huge stashes, but for quilters to actually send in quilts to us, it's even more meaningful.
Thank you
so much for meeting with us and all the good that you're doing. It was personal to me, and I'm so glad that you guys came on with us, and just thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Trent. I live in Hooper, Utah, and I would like to share with you my quilting journey. The question is asked, when did your quilting journey start? And that's an impossible question to answer. Growing up as a kid, I was exposed to sewing. My mom was often behind a sewing machine making clothes for my sisters, or helping my sisters make their own clothes. She often made blankets for us as children. I can't necessarily call them quilts in my definition, because the blankets were made of lengths of fabric. Depending on how big, she'd sew a seam down the middle, and then we'd put them up on quilting frames and tie them. There may have been one or two quilts that were hand quilted and or pieced. I may have been too young to recall, but I do remember the T-pins and helping to unpin the blankets when they were done. Remember being behind a sewing machine as a youth. I had a hole in my sock, and I turned it inside out, and I stitched it on my mom's old machine where you had to press a lever with your knee to get it to go. It was electric. And with the electric sewing machine, I sewed across the toe line, and when I turned it inside out to put it on, there was a lump of sock in there, and I didn't realize that that seam line was important, that it was just going to be the way the manufacturers made it. It was going to be great. It was going to work, and epic fail. So it took me a long time to get back behind the sewing machine. Took me a while to learn from that failure. When I was about a senior in high school, I was a little bit jealous of my sister because my mom had taken some time to make my sister a blanket, and she told me that she'd make me one, just not then, and I reminded her about a year and a half later, and so she felt a little bit guilty, so we went to pick out some fabric for my blanket, and I helped put that together, and I helped tie it. That was 88, 89, 1993. My wife and I weren't yet married. We were engaged to be married. Our first quilt together that we made, our first ugly quilt, was 2 pieces of fabric that were 45 inches wide. And we found the most hideous fabric we could find. One panel, it wasn't a panel, it was just vegetables all blended and overlapped over the top of one another. And the other side was a red and white check with cows. And it was the coolest, ugly fabric that we found. It was just a lot of fun. So we didn't want to tell anybody because we were afraid that people would say, oh, well, you don't want to display that at your reception. So we did it on the sly. We talked to my sister, and Rebecca had stitched the edges together and turned it. That's how we did a lot of our quilts. We didn't do the binding method. We would just stitch and turn. And we tied it in secret at my sister's house and kept it tucked away. And at our reception, we brought it out and displayed it at our wedding reception, and a little sign that says it was made by us. And we used that picnic quilt every once in a while. It wasn't very big, but we used it as much as we could. I married my sweet wife, Rebecca, in 1994, and her mother was a quilter. Can't say was. She's an incredible quilter. She had made a blanket for my wife. It was the log cabin. And I thought, that's pretty cool. I was feeling a little bit jealous. My blanket was just a 60 wide length of fabric that was nice. It was neat. And I helped pick out that fabric when I was a senior in high school. It wasn't our first Christmas, but I believe it was the second Christmas. So it would have been 1995 when my mother-in-law gave us another blanket. It was red and blue, log cabin, and it was tied. It wasn't quilted. But I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, this is really cool. I can do this. And so I inquired. I asked my mother-in-law, how do you do this? And she said it's actually rather quite simple, and she taught me how. Here it is. Here is the quilt that my mother-in-law made for us. Just going to hold this up just a little bit. Maybe you can see some of the blocks. Like I say, it's just the basic log cabin quilt, log cabin. And with the instruction that I got from my mother-in-law, I was cutting each piece and sewing them together. I've learned a different method since, but I was cutting the 12.5. Oh wait, no, I was cutting the 2.5 and the 2.5 and sewing those 2 strips together and cutting those in 2.5 inch strips or sections. Then I would take a 4.5 inch strip and sew it to that. And I'd take a 6.5 and sew it to that, and 8.5, 10.5, and 12.5. But as I was getting into the 12.5 sections, I would end up with a 10.5 inch or an 11 inch or a 9 inch tail. And I said to my mother-in-law, this seems like a waste. What do I do with this? Because there was one I didn't have enough of it, but I had some shorter segments. And she said, all right, I didn't want to show you this. So she asked me to get our quilt out, and she found a block where she had connected 2 shorter pieces to make the length that she needed. And like I say, she said, I didn't want to show you this, but this is what I had to do. But then she said, nobody sees the seams. And upon further reflection, I'm thinking, every quilt has a humble block where it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be broken. And that's okay. And about that same time in my life, I was introduced to a whole nother side of family. My dear sweet Aunt Colleen. I claim her. She is my wife's aunt. She made neckties for her husband and her boys, and I thought those are really cool. I can do that. So looking at this blanket that my mother-in-law made us, and looking at these neckties that my aunt was making, I'm thinking, I can do that. So I took the steps and I said, hey, I would love to learn how to do that. And so she said, come on down. So I went down to her house, and my wife and I cut out the pattern we traced out the pattern for the necktie and brought it home and figured out that I can get 3 ties if I do it right out of a 1/8 yard. But to make a necktie, you have to cut it on the bias. And when you do that, you get a very large scrap on, there's a diagonal cut on, there's a triangle after the diagonal cut. So looking over my shoulder here, these are 2 new ties that I've started, because the other day I realized it's been 25 years since I started making neckties. So it's been 25 years plus that I have been in the quilting world. And what I did is, after those neckties, I took those scraps and I cut them into 12.5-inch strips, and I would sew them together just randomly, and they became, in my world, ugly quilts. The very first ugly quilt I made was for my own family. I have a family of 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls. And we took that blanket everywhere. It was an ugly quilt. It was meant to get dirty. We'd go on the community days to watch fireworks, and we would take hot dogs in a cooler and mustard and ketchup, and if the mustard got spilled on the quilt, that's okay. It increased the value of the ugliness of the quilt. We'd wipe it up, sure. We'd clean it as best we could, and if it got too dirty, we'd throw it in the washing machine. And from there, I had quite a few scraps because I was making a lot of neckties. When my son was, my oldest son was about 1 year old, I thought, you know, it'd be a really good idea to submit this necktie to a craft fair, to be adjudicated, I guess, for the lack of a better word. And they said, yes, we'd love to have you sell these neckties at our craft fair. So I went crazy making a ton of neckties, and I had a ton of scraps, more scraps than laundry. So I thought, I can't throw these away. So I would cut them into strips, sew them into blocks, and I would give them away. When my wife's siblings got married, they all got a quilt. And when I was the last of my siblings to get married, and so I would make quilts for them. And the first on-purpose quilt, I guess you could say, I've made was for my parents. And I received a lot of guidance from my mother-in-law. I used the log cabin pattern, and my mom loved butterflies. So I went and I found some, and her favorite color was blue, and she appreciated lilac and purple, so I made a quilt with blue and purple fabrics with butterflies in it. And when my mom opened that box at Christmas, she was the light of joy and the radiance that she was so excited to get this blanket was multiplied 10 times in my own heart in being able to give that gift of love. So that's where it all started. Starting with neckties, starting with looking at a quilt that's, hey, I can do that. And when I was making those ugly quilts with these strips, I was doing just the fence rail. So I'd do 6 strips, and then I would rotate and do 6 and rotate and do 6. And then it exploded. When my oldest daughter got married, I made her an ugly quilt. And I'm thinking, the ugly quilt that I made for our family isn't big enough, and I need to put that original ugly quilt from 29 years ago in the middle of this quilt. So I cut our family's quilt apart into pieces, and I sewed the edges of our Rebecca and I's original quilt into the middle of that, and then I added some new blocks to it to make it fit. I had to make it work. But of the original Ugly Quilt, I cut out sections to incorporate them into my kids' Ugly Quilts. So when my kids have gotten married and when my kids get married, they will each get a piece of the original family Ugly Quilt. The piece of our original Ugly Quilt, it's right here. I'm gonna peel this off and show it to you. This came from our original, and there's the back with the tie on it. And I do need to also retract just a little bit. When I made my neckties, I gave those away. A lot of them I gave to my father and to my brothers. When my father passed away, my mother gave me all of the ties that I had given to my father. And I thought, you know, these are worn. I have some of my own. So I thought, what can I do with these to repurpose them? So I took them and I sewed them together into strips and blocks. And when I have made or will make Ugly Quilts for my children, they will get a piece of their grandfather in their Ugly Quilts. And I'm not going to apologize for being emotional about it. I love my father very much, and my kids love their grandfather, and it's nice for them to have a piece of him. And when they take that blanket and they snuggle up in it, they're snuggling up with a little bit of him and a whole lot of me. And that brings great joy to my heart, knowing that that legacy will be passed on, and when they look at it, maybe they'll be inspired to make their own quilt. And when their kids look at it, they'll be able to say, oh, my Opa made that. And that just makes me happy. So why is quilting important to me? I used to say a lot of times it's cheaper than therapy. Not so much anymore. Fabric's expensive. But in my humble opinion, I would think that quilting is a lot more therapeutic than therapy. I find solace in it. How did I fall in love with quilting? That's a great question. I think it was when I was putting together my mom and dad's quilt, and I was arranging the blocks in different directions, and how an incredible piece of art came from this. And I was overwhelmed with taking this fabric and cutting it into pieces and then reassembling it and creating something so new was amazing to me. I was humbled by it. And I've been trying to find the right word over the last couple of days in preparing for this story of my journey. I was humbled that I had the ability to create something new. Quilting is important to me because I find satisfaction in the completion of the project, and I receive joy when I give it away. I quilt for the intrinsic rewards of giving service, of my time and my love, in hopes that when I give a blanket away, they're able to take that blanket, that quilt, that little bit of snuggle, and wrap that love that I've given them around their shoulders. The question of where I am in my quilting journey and where I hope to be in the future, I'd like to split that up into a couple of answers if I can. I have been piecing for several years, and I've been dabbling in quilting for many years, and my quilting journey with my long arm began in May of 2022. But if I can skip back several years, I made a quilt for my son, and he had this terrible habit of picking off the yarn on the tied blanket that he had when he was just young, and it was almost, it wasn't threadbare, it was yarn bare. And he would take it and he'd stick it in the crook of his finger and stick his thumb in his mouth. So the quilt that I made for him when he was 5, 6, almost going into kindergarten, I wanted it quilted so he couldn't pick off the ties. And we found a quilter in the area, and she stitched in the ditch for us, and it looked really nice. And from there, I was hooked. I hadn't even seen a long arm quilting machine, but I knew they existed and I wanted one. And it came to fruition in just this last year in May of 22. Where I hope to be in the future, I hope to be a master quilter, where I have mastered my love-hate relationship with my long arm machine. Right now, threads keep breaking on me, and I'm learning from friends and from online as what to do and what not to do. I will get there someday. Any projects that I'd like to show off? I would love to show off my completed projects, but I've given them away, so I don't have any. But what I'd like to do is show you a couple of projects I'm working on now. This here, this is a brain, and that project is about a week old. A friend of ours was recently diagnosed with a brain tumor and just had surgery. And I have had several projects. I've been working on this A for over a year. Well, scratch that. I've been working on this A since December of 21, so almost a year. Give it a couple of months. This is one of my UFOs. That project has been put on immediate hold. I have this project for a friend of mine that his birthday is coming up in part of September, and it has been put on hold because I need to get that brain made for my friend as part of her healing journey. I don't know what it was that inspired me to make a quilt. My sister-in-law recently had a brain tumor removed, and she made a brain quilt with the help of her mother. And I'm really excited to work on this brain and to give it away so that when she wraps herself up in it, it'll be part of her healing journey. Am I teaching quilting to anyone that's close to me? Yes. Recently, in the last month or two, I started teaching my sister how to piece and to quilt. And she has sewn for many, many years, but she's never taken the opportunity or the time to cut the fabric up and piece it back together. Our niece is getting married, and she asked me if I was making an ugly quilt for her, and I immediately said, oh no, nope. Between my wife and I, we have 50 plus nieces and nephews. And there are just far too many of them. So when they get married, we just say, congratulations, give them a small little gift. But my sister has a close relationship with our niece and wants to make a quilt. She just finished it, and she sent me a picture, and I'm really proud of her. But a little while ago, she came up to my house, and we spent the afternoon together teaching her this different techniques and how to put the seams together and how to line up the edges. But if I can rewind several years, my daughter came to me and said, Dad, I want to make a quilt. And she was just thinking like a little baby doll quilt. And I said, okay, great. So I took her to the fabric store, and we bought a bunch of fabric. She wanted blues and whites, and we brought it home, and I taught her how to cut the fabric and told her how much she needed to cut, and she proceeded to do that. And I sat down with her and I demonstrated how to sew the strips together and then to cut them into the pieces that we need, or that she needed. And I got her started, and she did about 50% of the work of that quilt, and I was really, really tickled to see her interest. And just recently, when I was talking about some of the quilts that I'd made. He says, you know, Dad, I really didn't want or I didn't intend to make a great big twin size quilt for my bed. All I wanted was a small little baby quilt for my dolls. She's about 12, 13 years old when I had this experience with her. And recently, I thought, you know, it would be a really great idea to get a bunch of people in the neighborhood to make 9 blocks of the same block with 9 different people so that you could swap with everybody so that you would each get 9 different blocks. And that's where this has started. So you can see 3 of these. I'm making 9 of these for the purpose of a fall wall hanging. And my intent was only to have 9 people, but we have 15 people in this group, and some of them have never pieced before. For the kickoff, we all met at my house and we talked about different patterns that people could use, and one lady came and said, what are we doing? I have no idea what we're doing. Because she saw the little flyers, said, hey, do you want to make a fall quilt? Sign up. We're going to be doing it with and the lady that put the flyer together, it's instructed by Trent. And I was like, okay, this is a lot overwhelming. But some of the ladies that have come over had never cut fabric before for piecing. They've done other sewing before. But it was really, really neat to have these people gathered around me, and I'm demonstrating how to cut, where you start with your hand down at the bottom, and you cut halfway, and you move your hand to the upper half of the ruler, and you cut the rest of it. By the way, I learned that technique at the camp out. Thank you for that. And I was able to take that teaching moment for me and extend it to others here in my home. It's been really, really neat to have that experience to teach my skills that I've learned over the years. That journey has been exciting, of teaching others how to quilt and how to piece. And since I've had my long arm, every time we have a friend come over, if I've got a piece of scrap that I'm practicing different stitchings for an on-purpose quilt, I say, come on, you got to come play with my new toy. And they come down and they're hesitant and they're nervous, and I said, nope, just press play and move it wherever you want to go. And it's really fun. And if I can plant a seed somewhere in somebody's day that will grow into the quilt pox disease, all the better, right? I've had several opportunities. I've mentioned teaching my sister and teaching some neighbors in my hood. But one opportunity I've taken is I have currently 2 grandchildren. When my grandkids were a month, 2 months old, I would take them in my lap and sit behind the sewing machine, and I would piece different pieces of fabric together. And now that my oldest granddaughter is 3, she'll come to visit, and she'll come around the corner into my little nook, and she's, Opa, I want to make something. And it just warms my heart to no end, where she'll climb up in my lap and I'll let her press the buttons for the different things that need to happen, like cutting the thread and back stitching, and she thoroughly enjoys it, and I'm super hoping that she catches the bug. This last summer, I found a little ironing board. It's about 2 feet tall, if that, maybe 18 inches off the floor and 18 inches wide. And my wife had a little steam iron that's, you can unplug it, and it's just the right size for a little 3-year-old that is loving spending time with me and is loving learning what I'm able to teach. And last time she came to visit, she went over to the ironing board where I was pressing some work from my side of the hallway, and she said, "Is this just my size?" And I said, "Yes, it is just your size." And I had just finished pressing some work that I'd done, and I handed it to her, and she took it and she pressed it with her little iron, and was so excited to show it to me. She said, "I'm done." But a couple of months ago, when I was pressing some work, I handed it to her and she says, "It's too hot." It's like, nope, it's just right. And she was able to get over that anxiety, and that's some things that we have to do when we're learning and when we're teaching. We need to get over those anxieties of, am I doing it right? Am I going to get this? And with my youngest granddaughter, she's one that absorbs everything that she sees. She's only one, so I can only do so much. So the things I want to add to my quilting journey in the coming months is to continue to improve my craft, to get to know my long arm. Her name is Matilda, by the way, and the frame is Franklin. I look really forward in getting to know that experience better and gaining confidence in what I do. I am really content to sit behind my machine and sew. I vehemently loathe cutting, and I vehemently loathe pressing. If I could just snap my fingers and have it all cut, I could sew it together, and then I have it all pressed, and then I can just sew it together, get all the blocks together and sew the blocks together. It would be awesome. However, we have to work before we play. Some of the quilting goals I have, there is a quilt that I purchased many, many years ago that I would love to make. It's convex illusions. One of the things I would like to do with my quilting journey is I would love to open my own store, but not just for quilting, but for those that like to craft with strings and things. Knitting, crocheting, cross stitch, quilting, piecing. I have a goal, I have a bucket list to have my own store, my own shop, and possibly to find a niche in teaching people how to quilt, teaching people how to sew, having classes. One thing I would really like to do in the future with my quilting journey is to, not unlike piano lessons or music lessons for kids, I would really enjoy taking the opportunity to teach kids the basics and the fundamentals of piecework. Sometimes they can get that in school, but a lot of that is lost. But I would really enjoy teaching kids how to sew and to piece. But I think teaching kids how to sew would be a phenomenal experience for me. And that's my journey. And I'm honored to share it with you. Telling this story and re-experiencing my journey has been an exhausting long haul, but it's a good tired, and I'm so honored to have this opportunity to share my quilting journey and my goals. And may you find peace in your piecing and joy in your quilting. Take care.
Hi everyone, my name's Madison and I work for our education department here at the Grace Co. I was asked to comment on this quilt or just any quilt in our quilt show, and I chose this one to be my favorite. This quilt by Joni Lewis, Grandpa Sherwood quilt, is so cool. I love all the different fabrics in it, and I can tell how intricate and detailed the quilting is just from this picture. It's so crazy how good this looks. I love all the different pumpkins, and I love how the fabric is shifting from different ways. We have squares, we have strips, and then we have columns and rows. And I love it. And then I love the acorns in it, and this looks absolutely amazing, and I am very, very jealous that you get to have this quilt. I love that you had a personal tie to this, and I really do love that you made it like how your grandpa grew pumpkins in the fall, and it's so cute. I would love to talk to you more on inspiration for it, and it is so good. Congrats, you did so amazing, Joni.
Hi, I'm Cody with the Grace Company. I'm with the engineering team here, and I just wanted to talk about some of my favorite quilts that I saw in our fall festival. The one that I picked today was Love's Labor by Kathy Champion. I just really enjoyed this quilt because of the texture that she was able to create with this quilt, along with the colors and blocks, the way that it's pieced together. And the way that the texture really comes together with the piecing really just gives it an aspect that I could easily relate with the swirls and the blocks. I think that it made it so it was something that I felt like I was drawn to. And I thought that it was something that looked like it took a lot of effort and planning to do, and I just really appreciated the amount of work and effort that went into it. And I just think that it's also a beautiful texture. It's something that I enjoyed to look at, so I was really just thought they did a really good job and thought it's just a really well done quilt.
Hi, my name is Brian Landine. I'm on the marketing team here at the Grace Company, and I really like the quilting community and learning all the different techniques and emotions and everything that goes into quilting. And as part of this, we were asked to choose our favorite quilts and quilt blocks that were submitted. And so for my favorite quilt, I chose Navy, Our Black Cat. It was submitted by Amy Simmons. And I like this because it shows kind of the beginning experience of a quilter. We see all these highlights of these great grand quilts that are kind of the epitome of someone's quilting journey. And I really liked this one because we see this quilter's kind of beginning. And it's very creative. I love the colors and the style that went into creating that background, the mosaic there, and appealing to the emotions with the cat. I had a cat growing up named Strider, and he was my best friend for a very long time. We rescued him out of a tree. If I had known how to quilt, I absolutely would have made a quilt with Strider. So congrats on making such a beautiful quilt, and now you'll have something that you'll always be able to look at and remember and keep that. So congratulations and thank you for submitting this beautiful piece.
Hi, I'm Allegra Erznozanik, and I am an account executive here at the Grace Company. The quilt that I picked is Pentagram by Ruth Silva. And I picked this one for a lot of different reasons. First off, I am just a big fan of astrology in general, space, kind of more of the supernatural, medical, physical themes, things. Those are definitely stuff that seems to draw my attention. And in the description it says it took her 3 years to finish this quilt for her bestie. And that's a lot of time, it's a lot of dedication. You can obviously tell how much effort and time went into this quilt. And there's a few things that really draw my eye to it. One of the first things is the fabric choice. There's a lot of different fabrics in here, and you can tell that really it took a lot of time and planning and dedication to pick the fabrics and really decide where they're going. I also really like that you can see, you know, the astrological signs or your zodiacs around the outside of that pentagram in the middle. I love that that's part of the design, and I think it's really great as well. I also love that we have a border as well, and it looks like, you know, it's galaxy themed, it's the space. I really think it just ties this whole thing together, branching not only from just kind of the metaphysical aspects, but tying in together, you know, kind of the universe and this whole thing, and just how long it took to make, and knowing that it was not just a personal project, but a gift for a friend is really amazing, and I love it. It's definitely one of my favorite ones that I've seen so far.
Hey, I'm Jared Krasnosnik here at the Grace Company. I'm an account executive. I participate in some other videos, so you might have seen me before. Today I'm going over my favorite quilts. This one was really hard to do, especially with all of the categories. I just thought there were so many creative quilts out there. This one is called Pentagram by Ruth Silva. it says it took her 3 years to finally finish it, and it was for her bestie, which I think is so sweet. Really, that's some dedication. And I just really love the colors on this one, and especially the purple and just kind of the motifs on here. I just think it's super creative, the faces, you know, the scales. You know, and we're in fall, we're getting towards, you know, Halloween. It kind of reminded me of that as well. But really the colors and the composition, I just really love, and I think it's super adorable and well done.
It's kind of funny. I didn't think that maybe Jarek would pick this one, but I think it's funny that he did.
Hi, my name's Ryan. I work in the engineering department here at Grace Company. And the quilt I chose today was Labyrinth by Cheryl Zervansky. And I chose this quilt because the pattern stood out to me immediately. The depths and the dimensions of the patterns on the quilt were very intriguing and was very interesting to look at, and I really can appreciate the details that were put into the patterns that were made into this quilt, and it is a very beautiful and aesthetic quilt to look at.
Hi, my name is Mark Martin, and I am here with the Grace Company. I've been here 11 years, and I am really excited to talk about this quilt that I have chose, Amelia Wynn by Katie Wynn. This quilt, there was a lot to choose from, by the way, and when I was going through all the quilts, this one stuck out to me because it reminded me of my 2 young kids. They started quilting on our first machine. It was a 14 plus, and they were on a stepping stool. One of them at the time was, I think, 3 or 4. My other one was about 8 or 9, and they were doing quilts. And so when I saw this, with her having the holding the handlebars, I was like, you know what, this is the one. Then I saw all the design and have her go through, and it's just so peaceful, and I just love it. And the description was, Amelia pieced a 9 patch of 5-inch pre-cut squares and then added the sashing and border. She quilted it herself on the Cutie 15 Pro, great machine. Her mom cut the sashing and border fabric and sewed the binding on. So yeah, this just reminded me how wonderful the quilting is, that young kids could get started, and so it just really made me think about my 2 young ones, and they did their own quilts. So Amelia, fantastic, you know, you doing your own 9-patch 5-inch quilts. Pieced them together and got them all quilted, so congratulations. I thought it was really awesome. The colors looked really nice, and it just stood out to me, and I just wanted to let you know how proud I am of you and all the quilting that you have ahead of you. You're a young one in the quilting, and so you're going to do many, many great things. And so yeah, I'm just happy to see what you've done, and congratulations again. So again, that was Amelia Wynn by Katie Wynn, so beautiful quilt.
Hi, my name is Dan. I'm a video editor for the Grace Company, and the quilt that I picked out from my own kind of creative category is called Elk Appliques by Christine Henry. I really enjoyed the kind of composition that you picked out, just the picture that's on the very front of it. That block itself is actually, like, I really enjoy that visual with the elk right next to the waterfall. I just think the image of it looks very, very cool. And I really like the blocks that you used for the border. I don't know, something about a lot of these are my favorite color. So like, I really like the greens and the blues that are used in this. And I don't know, it just kind of looks like it has kind of almost a fantasy feel to it, almost like a kind of fairy tale-esque. Like if I walk into the woods and I see that elk, I'm just gonna have that same feeling where I'm just like, oh, this is magical. So I think that you have a very, very cool quilt. And it looks like we're learning to use a panel, which is really cool. That, like, if this is your first time using that, I think that it worked out really good. So Christine, great job on this quilt. I really liked it. This is my pick.
Hi, this is Melinda Romero, one of the Grace Company's account executives. The quilt I chose today, To Mom with Love, by Heidi Bernard. To me, just like the title of the quilt, To Mom with Love, to me this quilt just screams love. From the colors, the pattern, just how everything's pieced together. But then not only pieced, but of course, you know, that stitching in the quilt itself. To me, even though it's To Mom, to me, it is a very kind of romantic type of quilt. This is a quilt I personally would love to have in my home, whether it's on display or even just on my bed. It's a very beautiful quilt. It's a timeless classic, you know, just with the colors, the flowers, just how everything was pieced together. I love this quilt, To Mom with Love. And again, you can just feel the love coming out of that quilt.
Hi, I'm Kyle Summer. I do industrial design and engineering here at the Grace Company. The quilt that I chose, is kind of my favorite of this show, is the Kaleidoscope quilt by Rose Parkhill. It kind of depicts this florally image and quilt that has been fractaled and broken apart in a bunch of different directions. It seems like they're using like isometric cubes and things that create like little indented, I don't know, just geometric forms. And then they also have these 6-pointed like little hexagons that are like fractaling out. I find it both, it's like an optical illusion, but it also feels really florally and organic. So I really think that contrast of natural floral and like greenery elements, and then the geometry and stair stepping of like those cubes and stuff to be really compelling and evocative. Just really well done. And I think it's a great new trick.
Hi, my name is Courtney and I work in the education department, and I have chosen Take Me to the Dog Show by Christina. I love that they have used all of the little ribbons from the dog show winnings, and I just love when people use just unique things to quilt. Especially all of these ribbons. I'm sure that it looks like her dog has won many ribbons, so this is like a really beautiful way to display all of the ribbons that her dog has won. I also love dogs, so how could I not choose this one? I love that the satin kind of has that beautiful sheen, and I'd be interested to see how big it is, but I bet it's just stunning on the wall, and I love the use of the rosettes in the quilt itself. I think that's pretty amazing. And it looks like there's some really nice free motion pebbling in there, which is just, it makes it pop. I love that so much. Just a beautiful, one-of-a-kind piece for sure.
Wow, that was so fun. I loved that last segment. This is the first time I think we've done something like that. It was so fun to see what everyone picked. It was super awesome.
It was. I love the quilt show picks and for everybody involved with that. And in fact, what we want to do is we're going to send everybody who was mentioned on those quilt picks your shirt. And I know throughout the segment you've been watching or looking at our HBQ shirts, home-based quilter shirts. So we want to send everybody their own shirt. So those who we mentioned in all the quilts, all those winners, please send in your information. And I think we have a lot of it here. If I'm corrected, we have a lot of information. So we'll reach out to you and we'll send a shirt. Yep, I'm getting a thumbs up. So what we want to do is send everybody their own home-based quilter shirt. And I think go ahead and choose. Do you want this color or the blue color? So that's fantastic,
Yeah,
right?
I really love these shirts too. When they showed us these for these events, I was like, wow, what a cute little shirt there. It's got a fun little mantra on the back with that home-based quilter. I think it's really fun to send them their own little shirt for being a part of it, and it's a fun little surprise.
It is. Well, my name is Mark.
And my name's Jared.
Yes, and we're happy. Well, not so much happy because I mean it's the end of this, but we're so happy to be with you guys. So thank you for staying with us through this whole segment. It's definitely a sad bit when we know it's going to end.
Bittersweet. It's
bittersweet, yeah. But tomorrow we'll be here again live. So, okay. So as we close this segment, let's figure out. I'm curious. What did you all love during this Quilt Fest? Number one day. What did you all love? What was your favorite segment? What have you learned? More importantly, what are you going to start trying? Because I know there's a lot of stuff for you to try. What are you going to start working on based on what you saw on your first day of Fall Festival?
Yeah, let us know in the chat. Type it in there. Let us know what was the best part. Personally, I really liked, I don't know, maybe it's just because we just watched it, but personally, I really liked that last segment about all the quilts. What did you like, Mark?
Well, I love listening to our ambassadors. Trent did a good job. Jackson did a good job. I love this section on the charity. I love how we incorporate a lot of different things. But I'm curious, K-Scrap says the Navajo segment. Yep, I love the charity segment. Mary loved the Trent story. Yeah, it was personal and very emotional. There were a lot of tears coming down people's cheeks, so that was great. Jody, the Stippling demo, another good one. Favorite quilt, some of them popped up. Love to hear all the passion and heart that goes into everyone's stories, which is very true.
I gotta say, Mark, there's just so much passion here in this community. I've loved to see it really come out, and it's touching, to see all of it.
It is. Again, thank you for joining with us through this entire first day of Fall Festival. Thank you so much. Wonderful stories. And in fact, you know what? You guys have been with us this entire day. I want to do some giveaways. Let's do some giveaways.
Yeah, let's do some giveaways.
We have our Plinko board right next to Jarek and a lot of great prizes. Jarek, if you wouldn't mind just telling us what we have.
So we got the 60mm straight cutter. We got the ruler bundle. This is for the square rulers. There's the triangle ruler bundle. Then we have the finesse thread 4-pack, the comfort cutter, and the circle cutter. All really great prizes. They're super exciting.
They are. Okay. For all of you who stuck with us, I got some questions. I got some doozies for you, so hopefully you've all paid attention. All right. We're going to kick it off with this question. What is our theme? That's it. That's all you have. What is our theme for this Fall Festival? Go ahead and start putting them in there. And I kind of want the entire name of the theme, right?
Yeah, no,
the whole name.
Yeah, we want the whole thing in there. Let us know what our theme is.
Yeah, so go ahead and put that in the comments. Let's get those coming in. I know the theme was mentioned a few times, so I know it's going to be pretty easy for you guys to find out what the theme is, but go ahead and put the theme. Okay, they're coming in. Wonderful answers.
We're getting some plus ones.
Some
close.
close.
I think I see a few in there that are all the way right.
Okay, Amy says stitching our stories. Okay, close, Amy. Okay, let's give it to Amy. So stitching our stories, which is good. But I do want to say, the theme was stitching our stories one block at a time. But we'll go ahead and get Amy with that. So stitching our stories. So congratulations, Amy. All right, let's give her a round of applause.
All right, we're going to put one down for Amy over here.
Put that on a plinker.
All right, where are we going to put it? We're going to put it right there for her. Woo! Circle cutter, that's a great one. And I'll just talk about the circle cutter here, about what she just won. Back in Amanda's project, if you all were watching about the binder, she used a circle cutter at the beginning to cut out those little suns/moons. It's super fun. You can do so many fun creative things with the circle cutter, and so many things you just couldn't do because circles are kind of like a doozy to kind of make. If you're going to make them, you really got to go out of the way to cut them all out. So this is a great prize. Congratulations.
Okay, congratulations, Amy. All right, and all the winners too, make sure you reach out to melinda@graceframe.com. So her email's up there, but on these 3 winners, make sure you reach out to melinda@graceframe.com. Okay, Jarek, question number 2, another doozy. Okay, now this one, I want the name, the full name of this one. It was part of our charity segment. what was part of our charity segment? Now let's get the full name. I know a lot of close ones come in there, but we're looking for the exact name. We're going to be very particular on this one, all right, on the charity segment. So they're going to be coming in. I loved the segment. You know, it was a good segment, and it was a great cause. You know, obviously charity and what it was meaning for a lot of those who were involved. So, okay, so the charity segment, and then we'll have our winner on the
starting
pink.
to roll in right there.
Yep, there's some coming in, which is great. That means you guys all paid attention. I love it. Okay, and as we go ahead, let's go ahead and get just a winner coming up, and we're going to do that now. And all right, so Chris, the Navajo Quilt Project, that is correct. So congratulations, Chris, the Navajo Quilt Project. Okay,
All
Jared,
right.
drop another.
We'll get one in here. We're gonna go over here this time and go. All right, perfect. We got the True Cut ruler bundle. This looks like it's our triangle ruler, our like rectangle
rulers. Yep.
Those are great. I love the material they're made out of and the flexibility. And these are some really great sizes too. They're just super universal. The longer one is a super common ruler. But again, with the True Cut rulers in general, if you pair that with a cutter, but even alone, you don't even have to use them with a cutter. They're just great, mainly because of that material. They're very flexible. I know we had a segment about True Cut, and maybe that was included in there as well. So congratulations, you're gonna love these rulers. They're gonna be a great addition to your stash of quilting accessories and tools.
That's right. Those sizes of the rulers, they're 6.5 by 24.5, 3 by 18, and 6.5 by 12.5. So all three wonderful sizes. And again, email melinda@graceframe.com. All right, let's do one more. One more giveaway. Now another doozy question I'm going to ask. We talked about our 16 machine, right? The 16 series. Kind of a two-part question to this. I'm looking to get exact name and number, right? How many new 16 machines are there, and what are the names?
Wow, that is a doozy of a question.
That's what are the names, and how many 16 machines did we talk about? And I love our 16th machine. You know, between that many numbers of them, they all have wonderful features and benefits that's going to elevate your quilting journey. You know, wherever journey you're on, that 16 machine, which whenever you choose, will elevate your passion, your joy. It will bring really your quilting projects together in one loving warmth at a time. So, all right, as they're coming in, yep, so we have, okay, so I see a lot of answers. So good job, everybody. I appreciate the answers. Yeah, you guys did a good job.
We got Lisa right there that won, and we're gonna put one in there for her down the pinko
So is it
chute.
what she said? Yes, Lisa, everybody sees, right? So 3 16s.
Yeah,
right?
we got 3. Yeah, that's the 16 manual, the 16R or regular,
16X,
and then the X, and then the 16X Elite.
Elite. Yeah. So Lisa, congratulations.
Go ahead and
pop
put one
that
down for her. Oh. Maybe this is a double one because that one got stuck right there. Oh, got stuck up there again. Oh, it's coming down. I got stuck.
So the comfort cutter right there.
The comfort cutter. All right, so the comfort cutter is a great cutter. It is ergonomic. We touched on this briefly as well in our earlier little segment I had with Laurel over here. It just really helps to take the pressure off your hand and lets you cut a lot more. And it has that track system on there. You can customize, you can pop out that little thing right there, put your own little image in there. And it's just real nifty with the quick release. But the biggest thing about this one, again, is going to be the ergonomic shape. It takes a little bit of a second to get used to. And some people are like, oh, this is a little bit different. But once you get used to that and you start using it, it's amazing. And it really will help take a lot of pressure off your hand. Because even though I'm a young guy, even I start getting a sore wrist when I'm cutting. So I love it. Love the cutter.
Okay, congratulations to all the winners. Again, make sure you email melinda@graceframe.com. And Diane mentioned, great cutter given out as gifts to many of my quilting friends. Yeah, so they're wonderful gifts. People love our True Cut, the ergonomics. If you're thinking of a cutter that's going to relieve the stress and pain from your wrist and your cutting, an easier, safer, more cutting system, True Cut's the way to go. So not only do you get these prizes that we talked about, but go on our website, to look at the rest of our TrueCut line. Sean also mentioned, if we get that back up there, let's see what Sean said. That was quick. I didn't catch it. Oh, Sean, love the TrueCut, all of them. Robin, have a great night, everyone. So she's already to end. So Robin, so that's awesome. Okay, but Sean says, love. He loves all of them, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we hear all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I wanted to mention too that we talked about, or they said, is that it's a really great gift. And honestly, I think this is really, if you're going to get a gift for someone this quilting holidays or coming up a holiday season, TrueCut is a really fantastic one because hands get sore all the time, and it's a nice surprise to just take that stress off of someone.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So I want to go over the deals we have going on. I'll talk about the deals, but more importantly, I want to make sure that you know during this time when we do these live videos, there's going to be a lot of scammers happening. So make sure that you don't open up anything that you're not familiar with. We will not ask for money. We won't ask you for any sort of that information. The emails will come from graceframe.com. So just make sure you watch out for that. If you don't know, don't open it, and then give us a call. If you heard something or want to get something, give us a call or shoot us an email so we can make sure we send you in the right direction. All right, so I want to look over our website. I want to go over our deals, Jarek. We have wonderful, fantastic deals happening, not only for this fall festival, but the month of October. But don't wait, even though the month of October, we don't want you to wait till the last of it to get what you're looking for. If you've been wanting the Cutie frame or our new 16-inch machine or our 21X Elite machine, any one of these wonderful products, don't wait to get them. Let's go ahead and talk about those wonderful prices now. And let's go ahead and go to the website. I'm going to show you how to get there. And if we can pull, if we can get the website, perfect. All right. So on our homepage, graceframe.com, we have this wonderful slider up top. And if you go ahead and go over to the right, you'll come to Spooky Good Deals.
Yeah, Mark, they really are spooky good deals.
Yeah.
I've got to say, these are like a free frame with these machines. It's really awesome just to add that in there for free.
It is. All right, so go ahead, and when we scroll down, easy fabric management. Right now we're talking about our Cutie frame. So this Cutie is normally $1,200, and right now you can get it for $589.
Now,
so
Mark, I'm pretty sure this is the lowest price we've had it, right?
It is.
Am I right?
Yeah, $589. If you think about doing a king-size quilt, those types of frames are in the thousands. You can do a king-size quilt with this Cutie frame for $589. So a wonderful deal. If you're looking at your space in your room and you're wondering how am I going to fit in a frame that I can do a king-size quilt, no need to stress any longer. Bring in the Cutie frame. It sits on any table that you see on this. When we have a nice table, you can put on any table for the Cutie frame. So $589, king-size quilts, table-friendly, move anywhere you want. Wonderful price. Don't pass this one up. And it can fit your machine up to 19 inches, Jarek, which is big.
Absolutely. And I know there's been a lot of people I've heard maybe kind of waiting on the Cutie. I've been thinking about it. It looks like it could fit me. Again, this is the lowest price we've ever done it for. If you've been waiting, now's the time to pull the trigger on that.
Yep, exactly. All right, and then the other sale we have going on is our hoop frame. So our Q-Zone hoop frame is 4.5 feet. Another one of those frames that you can do king-size quilts. It is $9.89. This one does have legs, so you do need to have a dedicated spot for this particular frame. But again, $9.89 to do king-size quilts or smaller. And the machines that fit on this is your own machine up to 19 inches as well. So $9.89, and you can fit where most desks are, which is really good. And you're saving $700 on that. All right. Now the continuum frame. So the continuum frame, Jarek, share us a little about the continuum frame.
Yeah, the continuum frame is really our full-size frame. It's fantastic, and this price on the frame that we have, it's really, I think, a great time for people who are looking to upgrade, because a lot of the ones that we have this month, you get a free frame with it. But if you've been holding off, or you've been enjoying your Grace frame that you had, but you've been thinking, maybe I might want a little bit more space, this is definitely the perfect thing. And I love that all of our machines are intercompatible. You don't have to really get anything different at all. And when I say really, I mean like actually. You don't have to get anything different. The same carriage will work. You can put your same machine on there and you're quilting away, and you have that entire space. It goes up to 12 feet. They're all the same price. That's the 8, the 10 foot, or the 12 foot. Here's Janice Hegelin. As she says, she loves her Continuum 2 frame. It's really a great frame. And again, if you've been waiting for an upgrade, or you've been thinking, that'd be nice. You know, it really is nice. It makes a big difference because you just have all that space, and with the rolling part, if you're maybe on a hoop frame and you do have the space for a larger frame, rolling that up just makes it a dream to go through a large quilt.
It does. All right, thank you, Jarek, for that. All right, so those are 3 wonderful frames. Don't pass those up. Again, a lot of comments. I love when people say, I love the Grace Company, I love the frame, I have this frame. A lot of those are coming in. Any one of those frames that fit your scenario, whether it's a space-saving, budget-friendly, you have room for the king-size rolling rail frame, whatever best fits you, go ahead and get what you want. Deanne, can I use this 16 Elite with my Cutie? Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Again, that's what I was saying. What I love about our frames is really you can use all of our machines on all of our frames. There are some caveats with our larger machines. 21 can't go on our smaller frames, but when it comes to our 16 and our 19, those go on our Cutie, our Q-Zone hoop frame, and our Queen frame.
That's right. So good question, Deanne, sorry. Also automation, we get that question asked a lot. If you're thinking about automation, yes, it will fit on our Cutie, yes, on our hoop, and yes, on our Continuum frame. So the automation is also one that everybody's been looking to get, especially when it's on sale.
30%. Yeah, we're going to get there, right? We're going to talk about that.
All right, now going down the list, our last frame. And I was just told to see.
Got to get them back up and running here. So do we want to take a look at the promotions on here? Go to our next one. I think those were our frames, and we're probably going to be looking into our elevating your quilting right here with our sewing machine. So go ahead and go down there a little bit on the page. I want to keep taking a look at. Oh, there you go. Ahead. So this, our next on our promotion is our 16 series machines. Now we just released this and we've been talking about it, you've been seeing it. Again, the awesome promotion that we have is this free frame. And it's super awesome, you know, price not to have to worry about when you're going on and purchasing this awesome new machine to bring it to your home. And I love it because it really fits any situation, whether that be the Cutie, you're putting that in your dining room or your quilting room, sewing table, you know, anywhere you want to put this, you can put that on there. You know, this works all the way up to our Continuum frame, like we were just talking about. So anywhere from a small area that you have to have a studio and quilting area up to, you know, professional area and equipment. If you have the space, maybe they let you take over a room for your quilting area, right? I've heard some takeover stories with the quilting, but anyway, it's a great machine.
It is. All right, is my mic good? Everybody can hear me okay? Perfect, guys, some thumbs up, awesome. Okay, so going back to the deals, let's look at the prices real fast. So the 16M is $34.99 with that free frame. The 16X is $44.99 with the free frame. And the 16X Elite, our top of the line 16 series, is $49.99 with the free frame. Savings over $1,000 on all these. They have wonderful features, anywhere from 1,700 stitches per minute from the M up to 2,100 stitches per minute on the 16X Elite. 7-inch touchscreen, built-in bobbin winder. You have a lot of features like edge warning. I know we talk about edge warning a lot. So you have wonderful features that go with these machines, especially that edge warning. So these are the 16 series that you can get a free Cutie or Q-Zone hoop. And then remember, you can upgrade for only $789 if you want that Continuum frame. So again, $789, which is a great upgrade cost if you're looking for the rolling rail frame.
Mark, someone had asked, is this a good machine for a beginner? And I would say absolutely. If you're looking to start 16 machine is really going to treat you well.
That's right. Absolutely it is. Okay, there's quite a few, or a little more that we want to get to before we give away our 2 prizes. We have 2 giveaways that we're going to give away from registration. But we do have our 19X Elite. That is $76.99. $76.99 on the X Elite 19 with the free Cutie or hoop frame on that. So again, if you're looking to go big and you want to have that nice bigger screen, bigger throat, 19X Elite is one of our newest machines. And you get one of those free frames, and you can upgrade as well for $7.89 to the Continuum frame. So free Cutie or hoop or upgrade for $7.89 on the 19X Elite. And last but not least is our 21X Elite. This is our top line machine. Normally the machine is $9,500, and with the frame you're looking about $12,000 on with the frame. So you get a free Continuum 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot for $84.99. So the free frame. So take advantage of this. I know, Jericho, you and I, keep talking when these free frames come on. A free frame, you buy the head and get the free frame. That's phenomenal. So take advantage of these wonderful deals. So Tammy, I want to go big with the 21X Elite with automation. Great, Tammy. Now's the time. Our automation is 30% off. You get 30% off. Free frame Continuum, 21X Elite, which is fantastic. So here's our automation. So $34.99 for the beginnings, $52.49 for the Pro, and then the Gold card is $139. And the Gold card, you need to use it with our Pro software.
I gotta say, I love the end of the year when we have these awesome sales. And I just also want to say, if you're kind of curious, what do I want to get? What machine is best for me? Please give us a call. We want to help you out get what you actually want and need. And if you have any questions about compatibility, there's no such thing as a bad question. Like, we are here to help you. So please give us a call, get us on the phone, send us an email. We're here to help you with your selection and walk you through what you need to know with the product that you're purchasing.
That's right. Well said, Jarek. Okay, so those are the deals. Again, go to our website, graceframe.com. On the banner, go to the right a couple slides and click on Spooky Deals for all those wonderful prices. Take advantage of this free frame. Get it now. Buy the frame of your choosing if you want to get the Cutie for $5.89 and the automation. Okay, Jarek, as we end this, we liked to do our pre-registration giveaways. We have 2 registration giveaways that we want to give away. Now, these registration giveaways, one of them is for our Finesse thread. It's a 16-pack, and this includes variegated and solid threads on the 16-pack.
Martin, can I just talk about the Finesse for a second?
I want you to, yes.
I love Finesse. I love the colors, and this 16-pack, getting you started with it, I think it's awesome. But mainly I just want to say the color selection and this I was just really passionate about it. I really love the colors. I really love the shade and what it looks like. Some people are like, why Finesse thread? Why not? It's perfect for long arm machines, and that's why we made it. But also, I just think it came out so nice with our selection and the whole, experience with Finesse threads. So yes, I'm excited for this giveaway.
The colors. It is 50 weight, 100% polyester, and 1,500 yards. And so it's big enough to do a king-size quilt, and big enough to do a couple quilts, but yet not too big to where you're sitting on all this thread until you come to that project again. So 1,500 yards Finesse thread. Okay, so drum roll on this winner of the Finesse thread. And here it comes. Okay, Earl Birch. So congratulations on the 16-pack Finesse thread. We have your information, so we will go ahead and reach out to you and get that shipped out. Okay, that's one of the giveaways. This next giveaway is a registration of a $1,000 gift card.
That could be a lot of thread. That could be true cut. This could be towards a machine. This is an awesome giveaway.
Now the $1,000 gift card, use it. You can call in to use it. You can go online to use it. If you call in, we will be happy to help you figure out what you're looking to spend that $1,000 on. If you've been thinking about the Cutie and you're the winner of this, now's the time you get the Cutie for free.
Mark,
you can spend it.
I'm seeing so many wows in the chat right here. This is awesome. I'm excited.
There should be. All right, so the $1,000 gift card used at the Grace Company site, or give us a call that we can take care of you at any time. The winner for that, and the drum roll comes up.
Big drum roll, big drum roll. Ooh.
All right.
Mara Pinavea. I hope I got their last name. My last name's Rosnoznik, so people mess mine up. I hope I'm not messing theirs up. Mara Pinavia, that's how I guess it.
Wonderful. So $1,000 gift card. Yes, that is awesome. Thank you all for watching the first day of Fall Festival. We love doing these types of events. We love the interaction. Seriously. Continue to put your comments in there. You guys are so great and wonderful. But again, remember, as we do these, there are people out there that try to lure you in as well. So be careful. Don't open up anything you're not familiar with. Stuff that comes from us, we won't ask for your personal information or your money. And continue to watch. Tomorrow, we have a fun-filled day tomorrow. We have a lot of wonderful things coming up tomorrow. So stay with us. We have more giveaways, more Plinko giveaways. And again, go on our website, take advantage of those deals. Go sit down in your nice chair or couch, go to your website and watch them. Yes.
The notifications, set up your notification for tomorrow so you can get back on here with us. Again, something I was really excited about, Home-Based Quilter. Please share your stories with us. You know, I saw a lot of cool quilts, so many fun things coming out of our community here.
It is. You guys are the best. We'll watch or stay tuned with us for tomorrow, and we can't wait to do another day of this. So thank you so much for staying with us.
Bye, everyone.
Good job, everybody. That's a good one. Day one.